Thank you all for joining the Climate Action Reserve this morning. Excited to go over with you all today our draft protocol of the adipic acid production project protocol. Today, the intent here is to go over the draft for us on a section by section basis, honing in on those areas of of more importance than others, and that have more variation, from protocol to protocol versus the more reserved program criteria. And so we'll be definitely looking to solicit feedback from workgroup members on an ongoing basis as we dive through the protocol sections. And so all the workgroup members are able to speak up and participate freely throughout this presentation, and I strongly encourage you to all do so. And you all have done so well in the previous meeting. So looking forward to today's discussion. Quick housekeeping items. I believe as Heather was saying, and I kind of just touched on anyway, that want worker members to actually participate, taking questions throughout the entire presentation, not just saving them for the end. All other attendees and observers are in listen-only mode and are free to submit questions in the question box. And then we, of course, will follow the email to answer any questions not addressed during this meeting. A copy of the slides and a recording will be posted online shortly after this. And a copy of the draft we're going to be going through should also be available online now, if not shortly, in short time. But I know all worker members have a copy. I encourage you all to have a copy open. I will do the same, although I was, hoping to have on my other screen, but that's okay. Well, as you see from the agenda here, we're going to be diving into the project definition and eligibility sections of the protocol first, sections 2 and 3, and then diving later into the quantification section, really honing in on the baseline emission section. I think everyone here is probably fully aware that that needs the most attention and consideration. Before ending with monitoring, reporting, and verification, and having an open discussion and just rundown of our next steps. Put in some breaks, schedule some breaks accordingly, but we'll see how the conversation goes today and when we take them or not take them, and just use our best judgment and see when everybody could use some relief. So just quickly, I think everybody knows who I am now, that I am Trevor Anderson, Policy Manager with the Reserve and the lead on developing this protocol, joined this morning by my colleagues Heather Raven and Max Dubison. Heather, our Senior Project Coordinator, who is helping me out and helped me out so much already this morning with the technical aspects here of the webinar. And Max, our Policy Director, it has been and will continue to be supporting the development of the protocol, especially as we make our revisions going forward. So I believe I know we just did the roll call, but earlier with making sure everyone had speaking privileges, so I know we have Seth, Bill, John, and Lambert on the line. Philip, were you able to dial in?
He sent in a comment that he is, oh, sorry, no, that was a different Phil. My apologies.
It's okay.
Yeah. Trevor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I'll be muted most of the time, so I don't want to cause background noise. So.
Yeah, no, we thank you for taking the time to listen in today. I know you have a really busy schedule. But it's exciting. We have a full house, and so we'll just since we already hit some delays, we'll just keep trucking forward. I just really quick wanted to provide this slide as an overview again of the timeline that goes into this protocol development, and to point out where we are today. So if you look all the way down to number 5 and the third dash there, that we are having it's our second meeting of the work group today, November 13th. And so what just comes forward after this is we of course received comments and from you today during this meeting, and there's then a period of time where we accept written comments from our esteemed work group. Before then, we make revisions to kick off a 30-day public comment period, hoping to get that started within the next couple weeks, or if not sooner, before Thanksgiving, that would be in the U.S., and before then presenting a protocol to the board for their review and adoption January 22nd. So with that, I'm excited now to just dive into the meat of today's presentation and start going over the draft protocol. As I mentioned, I circulated a draft to all the workgroup members, so suggest having a copy of that open as we go along. Slides will be to facilitate discussion, and so we have introduction section. See, is our more or less our boilerplate language. So start with the GHG reduction project, section 2 of the protocol. And with our members here, I first want to review and go over our definitions. Project definition, as there's what we've identified, it could be two instances, two types of projects, if you will. Whether there's the installation and operation of a new, previously uninstalled technology to abate N2O emissions at an existing adipic acid plant, or the enhancement of an existing control technology at a single adipic acid plant that results in the reduction of N2O emissions that would have otherwise been vented to the atmosphere. Of course, that gets at the additionality component, which we'll be diving into later. We are, for this protocol version, focusing on existing adipic acid plants. If in the, hopefully what we lay out here today, and definitely happy to take feedback on this, that it sets us up, we can set ourselves up nicely for the event that new plants are open at some point down the road. But for now, as with the reserves nitric acid protocol, focusing on the existing plants. What I'm about to get to on a coming slide is our definition or an enhancement, which was a common request and agreed upon request to define that more clearly. So if nobody has any questions here, I'll just dive into these two definitions a little more, where our approved control technologies, this table by now should look very familiar to you all, where we have a new installation or an enhancement of an existing technology could fall under generally these four categories. That there's catalytic destruction, thermal destruction, recycling or utilization technology, or the technology that recycles to nitric acid directly. We've left it in the protocol, and here, some kind of open-ended language for other control technologies, because maybe there will be something new and innovative down the road that isn't captured here, that may also be permissible by the reserve for credits. But of course, we need our review and approval. So as far as the control technologies, does anybody have any questions here, or about, this all look good? If I don't hear any questions, I know the next one in enhancements is what will be, I think the newest thing for us to go over that you haven't previously seen. So again, this should all look standard and familiar. So why don't we talk about enhancements then? We decided to define an enhancement of an existing technology, and so that it can be verifiable, because how else do you verify whether there was an enhancement or not? Have put in this more or less loose definition here of a retrofit, commission, and or otherwise general modification of an existing technology that increases the abatement technology utilization rate compared to its historical usage. So focused on the utilization rate, because it's my understanding, and also should be the intent with this protocol, is that we want to encourage the increase utilization of N2O abatement technology, whether that is with a new installation, or truly we want with the protocol, we want to incentivize the increased use of N2O abatement technology for the purpose of reducing N2O emissions and earning carbon credits. We modified. Oh, I just realized I forgot to update the slide numbers here. Sorry for the second bullet point. But so we updated the based this definition for then a utilization rate on the greenhouse gas protocols and the IPCC Tier 2 methodologies definition for utilization factor. And so it really is just simply defined as the percent of time the abatement tech is in use in comparison to plant operation. So I'll pause there, and I'm happy to take any feedback, any objections to this definition, any suggestions for improvement. This does connect, tie directly to the eligibility criteria for the performance standard test, which would have been referenced in those slides numbers there if I had recalled to go back and update those.
Hey, so Trevor, this is Seth. We always sort of struggle in these methodologies to not be like too overly prescriptive in the language itself, while also not requiring so much interpretation on the part of the eventual validator and verifier. And so I struggled a little bit with this definition of enhancement, and I think this definition is better, but I also want to sort of ask or propose perhaps that a distinction that we're making here is that there's something really different here in this enhancement, as opposed to using the existing technology more rigorously or in a different manner that might increase utilization rate. And so I'm just wondering and throwing out to the group whether maybe there should be some sort of kind of like in lawyerly language, for the avoidance of doubt, right? Whatever the appropriate language is here, we're not talking about simply using the existing technology at a higher or greater rate. We're actually talking about something that's substantively different in the in the technology itself. I was sort of, as I was thinking about this, and then I was struggling with kind of how you really make clear what an enhancement is, and I feel like maybe there's some more improvements that could be done here, but I just want to throw that out to the group.
Oh, that's great feedback. Yeah.
Here's Lambert. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me from Berlin. I had a similar issue and another issue. So first, to me, the language was not entirely clear whether you can simply, as my previous speaker just said, simply use the technology more without making any technological change, because the first sentence read a little bit like you have to retrofit, commission, or general modification. But then also, if you look to the calculation later, the question is, can you just use it more without any modification? That's not entirely clear. And then the second point, that's the same point, I think. The second point I wanted to make is, does this enhancement necessarily need to be limited to increasing the utilization rate? Couldn't enhancement also mean that you abate during the time that the plant operates, you abate more N2O? So, for example, if you have recycling as a methodology, so you recycle more due to a technological modification. I think this is what the JI adipic acid plant in France did. So that even more is recycled. And so the usage time would be the same, but the technology is enhanced in a way that it abates more. And so it reads a little bit too limited, I think. I think enhancement could be more.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is Bill. Yeah, I agree with Lambert on the utilization rate. One could say that if we've utilized our system, so I guess there's a difference between utilization rate and destruction efficiency. We just want to make sure we're clear on it. You could use this system 90% of the time and have a destruction efficiency of 70%, and then use it 90% of the time in the future, but increase the control equipment such that our destruction efficiency is at 90%, but the overall, I guess, uptime of the equipment or the utilization rate would remain the same. So I think it's important just to differentiate utilization rate versus destruction. efficiency. So I think that's what Lambert were saying. I think the, I in some ways, just I guess knowing some of the retrofits that would have to occur in the U.S. Imagine if a company had to install massive upgrades such that the more NOx, non-greenhouse gas, could be abated, which would allow more air to be directed to the control devices that are preferentially designed to destroy N2O. At the end of the day, there may not be a capital investment on the N2O equipment, but there could be a massive capital investment on another part of the process that allows the utilization rate to increase. So I think we have to be careful a little bit about, being too prescriptive of where the capital is deployed. And so I do like the kind of, focusing on the utilization rate, but I also like Lambert's comment on, the differentiation between it and destruction efficiency.
Oh, thank you. That's all really helpful feedback, right? Because an enhancement could, as we're all alluding to, just enhance the efficiency of the abatement, and so it could be utilized the same or possibly utilized even less. But if it's more, if the enhancement results in a more efficient abatement, then we still obviously are resulting in greater N2O abatement here. I hope Phil Cunningham will like this, thinking about this from the verifier's perspective, because I do agree, of course, with what also you laid out at the beginning, that we don't want to be overly prescriptive, but also, you can't have it too loose or too flexible, because it'll need to be verified. This needs to be, how do we actually check that there was an enhancement made compared to the baseline, and so open to feedback there on how how we can do that balancing act on coming up with a definition, because I guess that's where throwing in the utilization rate, at least that's that could be easily compared to the historical utilization rate compared to the project utilization rate. But it is obviously very true that utilization rate may not increase in the project depending on the enhancement. So that is to take in. So I truly just will leave it open for how you suggest we truly improve this specific definition here. I mean, really looking at the first bullet point.
Yeah. Well, I think your calculations, very much focus on historical destruction efficiencies, in the formula. So, I think at the end of the day, really what we're trying to say is, it's really the enhanced destruction efficiency, not necessarily the utilization rate. So at the end of the day, we may have a utilization rate of 90% and 99.9% efficiency, so both are kind of independent. But I think at the end of the day, we want to make sure we understand what they historically destroyed, a percentage of the incoming mass emissions, how much they've historically destroyed. That's tied to utilization rate, and that's tied to destruction efficiency. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the company is going over and above what they've done before from an overall mass destruction of N2O. So I think it may just be some terminology that you can use in here to replace utilization rate with destruction efficiency.
Okay.
Something to think about.
Yeah. But one question. I mean, couldn't it be both in some way?
Sure.
I mean, yeah, I'm just wondering, but or is it only the destruction efficiency which, in the end, which we credit the improvement, or because what I understood, like maybe I'm coming from the project experience in Germany and France, but what they did in Germany, for example, is they installed just a second destruction unit. So when there's maintenance or shutdown of the first one, they can send the gas to a second one, so that there's always destruction, etc. So which implicitly increases the utilization. So I think increasing the utilization is fine as long as there's a significant modification, retrofit, commissioning involved. So I would put the emphasis on the first part, and maybe to make it objective, you could say, okay, there needs to be a capital investment of at least X or Y, but maybe that's too prescriptive. But I think if with the language you make clear that the plant needs to be significantly modified or amended in some way to be eligible, right? That's one point. And then I would be quite flexible how you achieve more abatement. And it could be a combination of destruction efficiency and utilization, in my view.
And that's
Yeah.
not,
Yeah.
and I'm going to run with that, what you just laid out there, though. So I guess it's getting at that quote unquote significant modification. How can, the verifier, what would be the easiest means, I guess, for the verifier, come on site or review the appropriate paperwork and see, oh, yep, there was a significant modification compared to what was there historically. Like how can we narrow in on that? On what constitutes a significant modification? I mean, capital investment, I heard, is one thing, but that again, that might be overly prescriptive. But yeah.
Well, capital investment's pretty easy to say that's an enhancement. Maybe there's a question for Bill. I mean, can you substantially increase the destruction efficiency or utilization rate without a capital investment? If you just sort of, I don't know, change the controls or change some the way that the existing equipment is operated, is that likely to potentially lead to an increase in abatement?
Yeah, I'd probably say no. So I think capital investments are kind of inherent to making modifications or reductions in additional N2O. So, but I guess I get nervous about being too prescriptive of a capital threshold, though. But I think at the end of the day, my take is, knowing the industry here in the U.S., is that they're going to have to make capital investments, and they're probably going to have to be significant ones. I mean, Lambert talked about in Europe, having a secondary system, so when the first one goes down, they're catching the emissions. Those are just having that redundancy is a massive investment. So I think there's always going to be investments. I don't think anybody that would apply this protocol would be apprehensive or nervous about that. I think I would just get a little bit like, who are we to define the threshold? So I get that. That's where my apprehension comes from, as far as setting that limit, though.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where you just say, a capital investment without necessarily specifying the level, and contrasting it with simply a change in the operational parameters or procedures of the existing equipment. Some verbiage like that probably would be sufficient for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. And I can't help but to be reminded of when working on some energy efficiency measures previously experiencing for the reserve, where if you do identify low or low cost measures, but so down the road with with what innovation might come out and what enhancements might be made, and I guess I'm hesitant to really stress even a capital investment or even investment if maybe there could just be something down the road that is a no or low cost measure to implement. But I guess what I'm hoping to make clear with this definition is so that there can be a clear before and after effect, and so struggling with what language to include so that it's I mean, it probably would take an investment, but just so that there's a way to see a change, right, as a result of making an enhancement. Like, I have a clear picture of what was the before operation and what is the after operation now that there has been a quote unquote enhancement.
Trevor, this is John. In that same vein, and maybe this is a question for Bill too. What's the stop the verifier from conducting a site visit and seeing a physical change to equipment and an actual modification and commissioning? I mean, eyes on the actual physical equipment from before and after. I would imagine that would be something that could be fit into this language.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think I think in all cases there would be physical equipment most likely, but imagine imagine if there weren't. Would we still care if there wasn't a physical piece of equipment there, but yet they came up with an engineering solution to use existing equipment differently and change their process controls, and so I think there will be physical equipment there. I'm still not certain if we should have that as a requirement in the protocol, though. But I agree with you, John. I think there will be in all cases that I'm aware of. I think when I think Trevor, the utilization rate usually totally makes sense because most of these big thermal oxidizers are already at 3 nines or 4 nines destruction efficiency. So whatever N2O they see, they're probably getting 99.9%. And if historically a facility was only to have a certain uptime into that oxidizer, and we were able to increase the uptime through capital investments, then the utilization rate by itself makes a lot of sense. I think there are cases where, and I think this is probably what just Lambert was saying, is that utilization rate. Imagine if I'm firing, I can use my controls, 50% of the time, and I'm achieving 90% abatement. And then I can go, well, I can utilize it 100% of the time, but now I'm going to have 45% abatement because I'm not as efficient at those flow rates. You can see where utilization rate means nothing in that case, right? So I think that's why it's just important to combine utilization rate and correlate that to the fact that obviously we're making reductions off historical baselines.
Great, thank you all. Great, yeah, thank you. No, this is all really good, eye-opening feedback too, and this was our first attempt here at a definition, so always understood and had the sense that we would need to go back and update this one accordingly after getting your feedback. And so please don't, I guess when it comes to written comments too, please feel free to send in any other additional thoughts or repeat thoughts discussed here. I took down some great notes, and we'll of course go back to modify this definition and may want to throw our modified definition your way prior to releasing the public comment draft. So heads up there.
Hey, Trevor, just for the scenario you outlined, where at some point in the future there's some additional abatement technology that's super low cost or something like that. I mean, there is of course the process for getting a variance or amending the protocol. So I think there are other options. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. That's all. I just muted myself accidentally. Okay, that's all I had on project definition. The other components of Section 2 are some background information, which I think everybody here is fully aware of now, and if you weren't before. And then also some information on the project developer. Okay, so let's see if we go now into Section 3 on eligibility, and everybody. I guess you know what, why don't I'm going to skip around to go to because we're just talking about enhancements. I realize I could have made this go a bit out of order chronologically from the protocol itself, but since we were just talking about enhancements, it just seems fitting to look at what we had done for the performance standard test for additionality, right? So if a project passes this performance standard test by meeting a performance threshold, then it does result in additional or better than business as usual N2O abatement. Or so when we had looked at, so in line with that definition, original definition for enhancements, which we'll be again modifying, we had just truly had created a performance standard test that was based on the utilization rate, and so that a utilization rate in the project simply would have to be greater than the historical utilization rate. I mean, Lambert brought up the great point that, there could be an enhancement and there is no increase in utilization rate. It's just a more efficient, effective abatement. So I'm now wondering if this would be fair, and also if it's needed, and what we do and what kind of test or threshold we create add in the protocol for enhancements, because for the new installations, it is that simple where, all right, you made the big capital investment to install a previously uninstalled abatement tech. That's that's additional. But for, a retrofit or modification to, existing tech, I think we need more consideration about a performance threshold there, and if it's not going to be based on a utilization rate, open for feedback on what we should hone in on, and maybe it is capital investment as well, because understand that you might not be investing in a completely new technology, but it still could be a considerable investment to make a said enhancement. But so yeah, just want to open the floor there for discussion.
Yeah, Lambert speaking here. I was also actually wondering whether this test is needed and whether it's effective, because of the issue of the utilization rate, and so that there are two parameters how you can improve your performance beyond historically. And the other issue is, even if you would apply the test, I'm not sure that it would be effective. So assume that the efficiency, the utilization rate would be in 1 year 90%, in the next year 95, and again 90, 95. And that was historically, and that's the same under the project. When the average value is something in between 92 or 93, and each year the project is above the average, as sometimes it was in the past, it could claim credits, and when it's below the average, it could not. But it could still claim credits if it does exactly the same as what it has done historically in some years, in those years where you are by chance above the average. So even if you include it, I'm not sure that it fulfills the purpose very well, right? So there are two issues. So one is, I'm not sure it fulfills the purpose very well, but then I'm also not sure whether it's needed. I mean, if you establish a robust baseline and you are above the baseline, then maybe you are okay. So I don't know what your practice is with these tests, but I mean, another possibility, if you want to kind of set a performance test where you say a project needs to be ambitious, something which you could do if you want to do that is that you establish a benchmark that the project at least needs to perform a good performance, like whatever, be below on average 30 kilograms per ton of nitric acid or something like that. Like you could establish a benchmark and say, well, at least you should be better like that, otherwise you're not eligible. Or lower threshold, but I don't know how your standards work and whether that's something you want to do. But I'm not sure about the current test, whether it really fulfills the purpose for the two reasons which I explained.
So Trevor, this is Seth. I mean, maybe this is going to be part of the quantification discussion of this call, but there was in the original version you sent out sort of a default abatement efficiency of 90% and a default emissions factor of whatever it was 0.03 tons of N2O per ton of adipic acid. That was removed, and so we, in a sense, the previous version did have that. What Lambert was talking about, that would be, well, one, it's consistent with or with several other CAR methodologies that I've worked with, but but that would be sort of the I think what Lambert is getting at. Again, this may be an issue for a different part of the call, but it was included in the previous version.
That's a good thing to bring up. What we struggled with, because agreed, the reserve, and I've had experience with this as well, coming up with standardized benchmarks to, assess performance to. The difficult situation we're facing with this is there is a very small pool that we're able to sample from and make comparisons to, and it's challenging to find other adipic acid plants in the same peer group as these two in the US that have faced similar situations, and so it's just I agree. I mean, I'd be open to reserve. I should say would be very open to and would like to have some kind of benchmark here where you have to meet this level of performance to even be eligible for carbon credits. Just struggling for how we set that benchmark, because if we just look at making comparisons between the two plants in the US, it's like, well, that's pretty I mean, I don't know how great of a comparison that is, but then also comparing these two US plants to international ones, it's not necessarily a fair comparison based on the US, the historical US regulatory landscape. The US never ratifying the Kyoto Protocol, and so it's just they've, I guess, just giving some more context as to why those benchmarks were removed. But yeah, all that being said, I mean, at the end of the day, that would be what I would love to have a takeaway improvement here would to create some kind of benchmark for establishing that threshold of performance that they must meet. And yeah, I've had a lot of thoughts as to what to make that threshold, and yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for today. So just would love to get more feedback and your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe this is not. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just real quick. I would just say, to what Lambert's point was, and I think this protocol does it, is that the baseline has to be robust, very robust. And we're talking, I think you referenced 5 years of data. The facilities must have continuous emission monitoring data, inlet, outlet, document exactly what they've been able to achieve in the last 5 years and create that as a credible baseline. I don't think it gets much cleaner than that. So I think it does all start with a credible baseline, like Lambert said. So we can get under the quantification methodology, but I think that's essentially what this protocol has done quite well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a broader discussion, and maybe it's not in this section, so I'm happy to defer to the quantification, since that's where the benchmarks were in the previous version. But
yeah, no, and what I'm hearing too, and especially as we modify the definition of enhancement, and I mean, I agree. We, the reserve, to prepare this draft for you, I think we lay out a fair and robust baseline setting our scenario so that we might not need such a threshold here that's simply making the enhancement is additional, but it just gets at hoping to have a measurable threshold, making a direct comparison, I guess is would be the more ideal thing, for new installation. Again, it's that simple. There, why don't I, I'll go back up the one slide onto that, to just making that clear too, because kind of what Lambert brought up too with one of the Germany plants, like this could, a new installation could also constitute the installation of a redundant technology. Like if you truly, you had one thermal reduction unit and you installed another one, you're still clearly, that, to in our eyes, that's automatically additional. That's because of the, the huge lift that is, that big investment. And so, new installation is pretty clear. You truly install something that wasn't previously there. I mean, day and night difference, easy comparison, enhancement again, and this is where be careful with that definition. You know, it can just get a little like gray, I guess, as to if but again, maybe we don't need to be so critical here in this section on that, because we do set up such a rigorous baseline scenario, and so maybe even just, you know, making the enhancement is automatically additional, if, you know, because the enhancement will result in a greater abatement efficiency, and so you know, it could be, that, it could just be that. So that, so I'm gonna pause there on that, because definitely the main focus, what I imagine we'll spend most time today, is on the baseline. But so while we're in eligibility, I'm gonna back up, and so and just go over some of the other eligibility aspects with you all. You know, as you all know, you know, we had looked to, you know, we had always been focusing for location on the U.S., but trying to make this as open, readily, you know, open and readily applicable to other locations for, you know, when the time is right. And we've even since found out since the previous workgroup meeting that there are no existing adipic acid plants in Canada or in Mexico. Most recent one, the one in Canada was most recently shut down in the end of the 2000s, around 2009, and Mexico has always imported adipic acid. So, you know, the reserve focuses on the North America landscape, and we, you know, so the U.S. seemingly really is the only country to target. Obviously, some of the, you know, the other developed nations have done joint implementation projects. There are obviously those that have implemented clean development mechanism projects. But so just you know, want to get your thoughts on international opportunity. And I mean, I guess if just everybody, you know, if everybody's in agreement that for now, just, you know, focusing on the U.S. and getting it right for the U.S. is I guess good enough to focus on and achieve this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense to have it just be limited to the U.S. for now.
Agreed.
Great. Thank you. Okay. I mean,
I mean, you could build on it, you know, in later versions, but it's not like it's a forever decision.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of just being, you know, I guess ambitious and greedy and wanting to, you know, we have the, you know, in creating a 1.0, you have the, you know, everything open on the table. So just seeing what and, you know, in our, you know, so can come at this with big eyes and, you know, and want to, you know, make it as inclusive as possible. And, you know, with research, you find out that it may not be the case. And so I agree, you know, at this point, it's most important to get it done right for the U.S. and you know, build accordingly in the future. I also then here, you know, obviously just, you know, for sake of consolidated information on slides, you know, focusing on the start date language. And I mean, it is pretty standard for our program, the reserves offset program. But well, so first, the start date definition, truly just the date on which production first commences after the installation or enhancement of a specific technology. I mean, I think that's, I mean, I hope everyone's on board with that definition. I think that, you know, just obviously makes the most sense. And so start date, just to be clear, that is the date from which you're eligible to start earning credits. The second bullet here is the, you know, kind of more reserved program requirements that the project must be submitted to us within 12 months of the project start date. So the project starts January 1st, 2020, it needs to be sent to us by December 31st, 2020. Historically, the reserve has, with new protocols, so version 1.0s, we have had a further look back, more of a further retroactive period, if you will, where we'd even look back 24 months as opposed to 12 months for that initial, to get it to kind of like drum up, a pipeline of projects and raise awareness of the protocol and interest in the protocol. And we really just don't think we're facing that situation here with the adipic acid protocol. It's our understanding, the plants, have not installed any new technology within the last 24 months. And so, it would truly be getting going, having just the submit within 12 months after the project start date should capture, our purposes here. And so maybe, Bill, this is more for you in Climeco and what you're aware of with the two U.S. adipic acid plants, but is there any reason we should look back, the further?
Yeah, nope, I think you're fine.
Well, yeah, makes it easy. Just clean. It makes the language of the protocol that much cleaner, and so that's great.
Yep.
Cool. That one. All right. Well, that was pretty simple. Move to the crediting period, which is the duration of time projects can earn credits, and so. We just have it as 10 years, which is pretty standard for our protocols and our program. And of course, you start earning credits at the project start date. I'll mention it here, but it's mentioned later that a reporting period is 12-month period of time, unless they want to do it report earlier than that. But so typically, what I'm getting at is we typically then see 10 reporting periods as well in one crediting period. And at the end of a crediting period, the first crediting period, a project developer may be eligible for a second one. That's also pretty standard for the reserves program. So, I guess it could always be revisited down the road, if this type of technology really, is just, or abatement efficiency is, really common practice 10 years from now, but it's definitely our intent at the onset to allow for a second crediting period. The other thing, of course, just want to make crystal clear here, and it ties into the legal requirement test, is that the reserve stops issuing credits the date, or I guess I should rephrase that. We will issue credits through the end of the crediting period or until the date the project activity is required by law. So emphasizing the date there, that could be a year from now, that could be 9 years from now, it could never happen, but if, as soon as there's a law that goes into effect that requires the same project activity that was voluntarily being implemented for carbon credits under this protocol, we will cease to issue CRTs, the climate reserve tons, which is our carbon credits.
Right.
Are there any questions or thoughts here?
No, looks good.
Cool. Yeah, great.
Fairly standard.
Yeah. Again, just want to, important things to just run over with everybody, though. And I guess, too, I should say, too, obviously here to, I'll get as much feedback from you as we can while I have you on, on the call here. But some slides like that, I guess, are just, kind of the intent is to preview, the full-blown protocol as well. It's, I think it's roughly 70 pages long, and so don't anticipate everybody had, is an expert on it prior to this call, and so want to just at least introduce other requirements that we put in there. So I believe, touch on the enhancements as well prior to the performance standard test, but I know I just skimmed over this one for when there's new installations. Everybody comfortable with a new installation being deemed automatically additional? If I'm not, I don't hear any no's, so that's.
Well, how would you define the baseline for a new facility?
I'm sorry, so it's not for a new facility. It's so it's only at existing. This protocol is only eligible to new adipic acid. I mean, sorry.
A new technology.
Yes, a new technology.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's important clarification. So this is for a new installation at an existing adipic acid plant. I think similarly with the focus on the U.S., focusing on existing plants is important to get right here, especially from our research and understanding. There are no plans for a new adipic acid plant in the U.S. anytime in the future. But that's something that looking at including new adipic acid plants, could be something for a future up. But this is strictly a new technology installation.
Yep. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and I think just maybe just give everybody just a 1 minute background of the market. We've been privy to some of the market data, published by the big companies like Market, etc. It's just as far as the global adipic industry, and I think there is growth in the industry. The growth in the U.S. is expected to, between now and 2023, is expected to be greater in the U.S. than international by about 1% or 1.5%. It's pretty close. The projected growth in the U.S. isn't anticipated to be associated with any new plants. The growth is expected to be of production capacity increases in existing plants. So I think I think when we look at the projections too, as far as new adipic acid plants, I think it's pretty public, but Invista shut down the one plant just because there is more supply than demand, and they did it for competitive reasons. So I don't see new adipic acid plants being formed. So I don't think that's ever going to be an issue in the next at least 5 years in the outlook that we're seeing. I think focusing on if it's a new installation in an existing plant, that makes sense. But I don't see new plants coming anytime soon.
Great, thank you. Cool. So I'm going to keep moving along. And we talked about it with enhancements, great feedback and notes there. The other aspect of additionality is the legal requirement test, which I had touched on just briefly with the crediting period. And so, truly getting at the projects past the legal requirement test when there are no legally binding mandates requiring the abatement of N2O at the project site or at the existing plant. And so, as it stands now, we could not identify any, in effect, that do require these adipic acid plants to abate N2O emissions. The one condition, or the one, one to, we've got our radar on is the Clean Air Act's prevention of significant deterioration in Title V greenhouse gas tailoring rule, which I believe, I've introduced in previous meetings that when necessary, these PSD permits for greenhouse gas emissions require an assessment of best available control technology. If a future permit requires the installation of the same technology that was, voluntarily deployed for this protocol, then, this it's just as I had on the crediting period slide. Credits would only be issued up until the date that N2O is legally required to be abated, that backed was required to be installed. So it's something to keep our eyes on, and generally speaking, keep our eyes on the legal landscape. That's I don't think this is anything new here, but just again wanted to provide you with that overview.
Hello, Lambert here. I think this looks fine. I have more a textual remark. So in the protocol itself, in the very last sentence in that section, you also state that if a plant comes under a cap and trade scheme, such an ETS,
Right.
then likewise crediting will stop. And the sentence is there in the last sentence, so it's more a language issue, but it's not so clear from the how you set the requirement out in the first place. So there you talk about legally binding, to abate, etc. And the issue with an ETS is you can emit as much as you want to, as long as you buy allowances, right? So there's no, it's of course it's a legal instrument, but it's not legally required to abate. So it's really a minor suggestion, but I suggest that when you spell out the requirement in the first place, that you also make a little bit clearer that that it just stops when it falls under an ETS. So it's not only about regulations, right?
Right. No, that's I'm glad you mentioned that. We'll look back at the at the protocol language for sure to make that more clear. And it almost makes you wonder too if I mean I suppose this is the best section for that to be included, but that almost gets at a potential double counting issue if this sector gets capped. But so that the end result is still the same, that that emissions may only be reported or in credits only earned up until the date the cap on the sector goes into effect, but that's really to avoid the issue of double counting, as opposed to a legal obligation to abate. So I'm really happy you brought that up, because it's important, I think, to note and make that clear. It also might be clear just with the reserves program as is, but we'll reevaluate that language and see how we can modify that. Cool, thank you. And I was again hoping I could just quickly go to my the protocol, but and make these comments. I'm doing it on the side, but I'm nervous I do that and the whole presentation will collapse. So I'm gonna move along. So we're doing really well on time. I thought maybe we would. I'm at it for an hour, so I'm gonna keep going. Might as well, because I know when we get to baseline, we'll probably have a good discussion there. So I want to look at this section 4, our greenhouse gas assessment boundary, which gets at what sources, sinks, and reservoirs, or SSRs, are included in the quantification. And so you can see the figure on the left here, and this is just completely reproduced from the protocol, that those that are included in the boundary, so that are included in the quantification, are emissions from adipic acid production, which of course is the main target here. SSR3 for hydrocarbon input and SSR5 for external energy input are only if applicable, depending on the project type or the plant, and so that is if they are using hydrocarbons as a reducing agent, or to reheat off gas to enhance the NO reduction efficiency, or simply just using them as a combustion source for thermal treatment. Anyway, if there is hydrocarbon use, we have equations in place to capture the carbon dioxide and methane emissions from those. And similarly, if there is an external energy source applied to adjust the off gas temperatures, then and that external energy is not recaptured, there are equations in place to capture the associated greenhouse gas emissions from that external energy source. The two here not included in the boundary are the production, transport, and decommissioning of abatement technology, so the upstream and downstream emissions of the abatement tech, and then the production of hydrocarbons, any emissions associated with that, which would be upstream for the hydrocarbon source. Kind of get, our reasons for excluding them is they're, were deemed insignificant and not necessarily really applicable to this project activity, what the protocol is focusing on, because again, they are either upstream or downstream. And I just want to pause and get your thoughts there on excluding those SSRs, and also, if there's any SSRs missing here that we should include. The one that I had flagged, but I realize this might be subject to change if there's any emissions associated with the increased utilization of abatement technology. If that came with extra energy use. I should also just note that this is, I think, the exact same assessment boundary in the reserves nitric acid protocol for tertiary abatement projects, which is for the case of adipic acid, it can only be tertiary abatement. But anyway, I'll pause there and just try to collect your thoughts on this boundary.
I would just say one quick thought. When we were thinking about hydrocarbon input, SSR3, that if we had additional hydrocarbon input and additional project emissions associated with an enhancement of control, that it needs to be included within the boundary. So I think that's to get to your question here, does the reserve need to consider including GHG emissions associated with increased utilization? So yes, that's what we were envisioning.
So to be clear, that would be, an enhancement could require, like the inclusion of hydrocarbons, and maybe previously they didn't have hydrocarbons, or
maybe previously they had a lower, their baseline usage of hydrocarbons was less.
Right. Okay.
So if they had to increase it or they had to add hydrocarbons based on a new technology, then we were including it within the boundary. So I like the way that it was in there.
Yeah.
Into the GHG assessment boundary.
Great.
And Bill, do these enhanced technologies, do they actually use more electricity and fossil fuels just to operate?
Yes, they could. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So that.
So Trevor, that was one of the questions I had. Do you need to look at electricity usage before and after, and the egret factor of all that stuff?
Yeah, and we're no stranger to that, and those kind of I guess I have to be careful with which word I use here, but I was gonna say indirect or secondary emissions, right? So if we have, similar with our livestock protocol and our grassland protocol and nitrogen, a lot of our protocols, it is if there are increases in fossil fuel and electricity use as a result of project activities, we're no stranger to having procedures to include them. So if that also seems to be, if that would seem to, I guess, be SSR 6, and just making it, that would also seem to be an, if applicable, one, where if there are increases in fossil fuel and electricity use compared to baseline, then yes, those CO2 emissions would need to be included. If not, then we're good. So it also would seem to be an if applicable scenario.
I don't know. I thought that was included in SSR 5 already.
That already.
I was assuming.
Yeah.
Because I would agree. If we were thinking if you increase steam or electricity, that any of those increases associated with the project would be included under SSR 5.
No, I think you might be right. I know steam is definitely in there, and you're right. The electricity use is probably in there too. And I think,
I would say the way I'm reading it, you could definitely include it on that second bullet point, but it says specifically to adjust off-gas temperatures. Is that all inclusive of what electricity or off-site electricity or energy can be used for? Is just that
Yeah.
adjustment of temperature, or is it broader?
Yeah, probably broader. Maybe.
Yeah, you're right. That's
Not be that specific. Yeah.
great point. So yeah, that's seemingly, you're right, that external energy input, yeah, would seemingly capture any additional energy input from fossil fuel sources. And so you're right, it would just be adjusting the language there that it make that more broad. Yeah.
I agree.
Because there are a set of equations in the protocol to capture that. Cool.
Lambert, I fully agree with everything which was said. I had one small other point. You included methane emissions from the hydrocarbons, and I was wondering whether that's really necessary. I also struggled a little bit with the equations, how you did it later on in the quantification, so I wasn't sure what the source of methane emissions is. Is it methane emissions from combustion and kind of some part of the fuel not being completely combusted? If so, I think that could be neglected because other sources are much larger. This is really a minor source. And
I agree that it's more of a minor source, but just getting at the complete greenhouse gas accounting picture, and then also it's reserved best practice too with the more minor sources that should they actually decrease compared to the baseline, we just don't give you credits for that. We just make it zero, which I do have on another slide. It is a great point. So and from what I understand, yes, it would be with the combustion or the, I guess, is it a catalytic reduction of hydrocarbons that where they get broken apart into into their individual components, and so depending on the makeup of the hydrocarbon itself, it could result in CO2 and or methane. So there are. I mean, I think Lambert, your feedback is duly noted that perhaps we could go back and make the equations more clear, straightforward. But that I'll save that for section 5 when we jump there, because we'll be going over equations.
so you still would like to include it? I mean, it's conservative. It's just if it's really from combustion only, it's really minor. I mean, it's much. For example, it's much less than the upstream emissions associated with the production of the fuel. Yeah. So if you use natural gas, what is significant, but I think we can also ignore it, is kind of the natural gas processing, production, transmission, and that's much way larger than the methane emissions from combustion, except for some reciprocating engines, but we don't go that way now. And so I'm just wondering what the rationale is to include that, but for example, not to consider the upstream emissions associated with the production of the fossil fuel. So just to understand the logic. I mean, it's a minor issue. It's just a little bit, from an outsider, when you look at it, it's a little bit strange that you have that source in, but you ignore some others which are larger.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's very, very fair. And thank you for asking. And so it's, I'll take the first shot at this and getting at that is the hydrocarbon input is, on site at the adipic acid plant itself and could be directly project related. I mean, I get that obviously if this plant is choosing to install new technology, new abatement technology, or making an enhancement, there's going to be upstream emissions directly associated with that. But it's off site. That's the only thing I think of as the big difference there. And I don't. But I mean, Lambert, what I'd like to ask for you too is so could refresh my memory. Were the emissions from hydrocarbon input not factored in to the clean development mechanism methodologies?
No, I think what we do is under the CDM is we do not only look at what's at the site and controllable by the project participants, but we also consider indirect emissions to a certain extent. And so, for example, fossil fuel switch methodologies, they consider the upstream emissions from coal mining, etc., and they use default emission factors for that, but they ignore methane emissions from combustion, because we made the analysis and we found out, well, these upstream emissions, they can be 10%, 20% of the direct CO2 combustion emissions, but methane, it's usually really below a percentage point or something like that, with very few exceptions. And so that was then the rationale, like the main rationale is significance for inclusion or exclusion. But I mean, I don't want to prolong this discussion. If you have a different
approach, great feedback. I appreciate your reasoning.
Yeah, I think I would agree with Lambert that incomplete combustion and methane emissions from the combustor would be insignificant. I think they're in a case where perhaps part of the integrated control technology is an SCR for NOx, and you're there could be some control equipment that is in a methane-rich atmosphere, and there could be some slip. But I think in general, I would agree with Lambert that methane is insignificant from the combustion standpoint. And I think it's been, Trevor, when I look back at the nitric acid protocol, I look at, I guess, some of the approaches that we've made historically about the project boundary being pretty tight around our project, and that, upstream emissions associated with hydrocarbon production really have not been included. I don't know if you've ever included that in any CAR protocol.
Yeah, I don't believe we've really ever looked at the upstream emissions in any of our protocols. What we have done though, and we do, is using nitric acid as an example. Those are the upstream emissions associated with the nitrogen management protocol, because for the creation of the fertilizer. So we have two separate protocols getting at the one huge source there. This is definitely warrants further discussion and consideration. I'll have to discuss internally with the reserve.
So I think if I were to summarize B5, I would not have it as specific. I think that was John's point. To reheating, and it seems to me like the CO2 aspect is relevant, because even if we have additional grid emissions, we're going to have CO2 emissions. Whereas, I would think what Lambert said about methane and, from external energy sources, I don't know where N2O would come in there either. But I would think that CO2 would be a relevant gas under SSR5.
Great, thank you. And SSR 3 is potentially right. So I guess that's why I need clarification, right? So if there is there are carbon dioxide losses as well with the hydrocarbon input.
Yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you. So next up, we dive into section 5. Do a quick check. Everybody doing okay? Anybody feel like they need a break? Because this is going to be the next few slides. We'll be touching about the baseline, and it will be, but I imagine we spend most of our time chatting about this morning. So should we take a pause for now and start back up again at the top of the hour? Does that work for everybody?
Yeah,
I'm fine either way.
Either way.
Let's take a break and join back up again. So it's 10 a.m. my time, 1 o'clock on the East Coast. And I apologize, Lambert. I don't know what time it is in Berlin. But we will.
7 o'clock.
Oh, wow. So it's nice. Well, thank you so much for being on the call. And so we'll rejoin at the top of the hour.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. All right, and we're back. We have everybody here. Lose anybody? Looks like we have John, Lambert, Phil, Seth, and Bill. Okay, and Heather. Thank you, of course. All right. If you're not here, speak up. Okay.
We're here.
Awesome. This is, where I think we'll spend the majority of our time this meeting, honing in on the quantification section, making sure we've got as robust of a baseline as possible. So without further ado, gonna jump into the quantification section here. Pretty basic overview. Don't expect everybody to know what these variables mean currently or from memory, but just providing the overview, obviously, that emission reductions are baseline emissions, project emissions, and then the overarching formulas for how you calculate baseline emissions and project emissions, which capture those SSRs we just went over from the greenhouse gas assessment boundary. Dive into how we actually arrive at this, all the variables in this baseline emissions equation here. So baseline emissions represent the greenhouse gas emissions within the assessment boundary that would have occurred in the absence of the project. I think everybody here is well aware that we're, of course, only targeting the additional abatement in addition to what's been going on historically, because these plants have voluntarily employed N2O abatement tech in the past, and so we're just we are with this protocol incentivizing that incremental abatement potential here. And so if we're able to measure this, so it's based on the quantity of N2O in the off gas before it enters the project abatement technology. And it must be quantified each year, that is each reporting period, on an ex post or after the fact basis. The three important things here, put up in bold, that we employ a baseline look back period. So we're looking at the 5 most recent years of operation prior to the project start date. So those recent 5 years, that's where we'll look to gather historical data to inform any baseline variables. And we are looking at a baseline N2O abatement efficiency specific for each AAP based on their historical rate of N2O abatement, how much N2O was abated each year historically. And then we also, which kind of alluded to, incorporate a dynamic baseline as opposed to a static baseline. So one that is, changing, or is dependent on the annual project N2O emissions. And so getting at that abatement efficiency will be multiplied to any measured annual project N2O emissions prior to any project abatement, and get those baseline emissions based on abatement levels that would have occurred in the absence of the project. Wanted to make sure I highlighted those 3 aspects in particular before moving forward. But are there any questions here? I guess you could just note too that 5 years. We're very lucky with this project type that we're data rich when compared to other protocols and other project activities, and 5 years is pretty standard for us if we are so lucky to go back and get and have 5 years worth of data. Other protocols we are not, and so might have a shorter time frame there accordingly. But that's the 5 year look back period was established just based on kind of standard procedures for the reserve. So I think the next few slides we're going to hone in on that adipic acid plant-specific baseline N2O abatement efficiency. This is calculated as the measured N2O reduced and destroyed by the N2O control unit in a given year of the baseline look back period, divided by the total amount of N2O measured in that same year of the baseline look back period. And so we're able to measure the amount of off gas that was sent directly to each control unit and multiply it by the efficiency of that respective control unit to and then for the total amount able to to directly measure the total amount of off gas flow. I believe it was Bill who I mentioned. We're also really lucky with these project types that there have been continuous emission monitoring systems in place for quite some time now, and so we do have measured data. This is my summary of the equations, but of course there's more details there for how you calculate both variables. But at the end of the day, right, the abatement efficiency is truly, gets at the amount of N2O destroyed compared to the amount produced. There any questions here on how we quantify the abatement efficiency? I can happy to pull up the draft and show the equations in more detail if needed. I think how we establish or determine which abatement efficiency, baseline emission efficiency rate to use is more interesting and could consider more feedback than how we calculate it. But I do want to collect any thoughts here if anybody has any.
Lambert speaking here. I don't know what your next slides are, but I have some broader comments on the entire approach taken.
Sure.
So, but maybe you first go through your slides. I think I understood it. So maybe I can bring that up later, or do you want me to bring that up now?
Yeah, I'll jump into the slides. Sure. Yeah, and then because maybe I'll capture what you're getting, what you wanted to bring up, and if not, then it'll definitely be the time. And this will be the time and the place. As I had mentioned earlier, when focusing on the U.S., the U.S. really has faced unique situation here with the Clean Air Act regulation. I couldn't decide on the order of the slides here. I have a bit of background, the justification and rationale for this approach on the subsequent slide, but we've laid out 3 different scenarios for determining which abatement efficiency to use in the baseline emissions calculations, and it's dependent on the amount of adipic acid produced in the given project reporting period. So each project is going to need to calculate an abatement efficiency based on or determine it. Based on the year of maximum adipic acid production in the baseline. So an AE Bmax is the abatement efficiency associated with the maximum production in the baseline, or AA Bmax. And then similarly, we'll have to do the same for the year of minimum production in the baseline and come up with an AEB min. The AEB max we're requiring to be used in the emissions calculations anytime adipic acid production is greater than or equal to that maximum amount produced in the baseline. And then in that same vein, the minimum abatement efficiency would be used anytime the production in the reporting period is less than or equal to the minimum amount in the baseline. For the in between, we've come up with a linear regression approach where Anytime that in the project there is the adipic acid production is in between the baseline minimum and maximum production values, you follow the linear regression equation, and we'll be consolidating them in the final draft as bound by the baseline minimum production and baseline maximum production values, so that those are your endpoints on the line, on the linear trend line there. So your abatement efficiency will never, will range in between the abatement efficiency based on maximum production and the abatement efficiency based on minimum production. I'll just use these two slides, reference these two back and forth for this conversation, but just wanted to have this here to this is also, I could have mentioned too, the top of this whole meeting that in the workgroup draft we have boxes in there in red font, where we provide additional background information on our rationale and or have other things for specifically for you all to pay attention to, or questions we ask directly for you in the protocol. And this is just one of them, and wanted to reiterate it here where we're coming from with this approach. Again, there's a small sample size with what to compare these plants to, and what has been done historically at plants that might have been in their peer group, like at other developed nations, like looking at the JI project plants. And the U.S. plants have historically had this NOx and N2O abatement trade-off because of the Clean Air Act regulations here in the U.S., so there actually kind of results in this inverse relationship where, yes, with as adipic acid production increases, so do N2O and NOx emissions. And so because of that, to stay within the Clean Air Act regulations, more NOx is abated than N2O, because the technology in place at these plants is not capable of destroying both efficiently. And so it's the reserves, understanding here our rationale then that in the absence of a project, this trade-off relationship would continue. And so therefore we're basing the abatement efficiency values based on production values, and they would at least be capped by the historical maximum and minimum values, or bound, I should say, by the maximum and minimum values. So I will leave it there because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comments here.
I would just say just one thing to tee that up. Having looked at a lot of this data with these facilities, your statement is really true, is that there's an inverse relationship historically with N2O abated based on production, just as you stated. N2O control technology really doesn't control NOx efficiently. So typically these companies focus on NOx for Clean Air Act compliance. And what I like about what you've done here is that you're looking back at 5 years prior to any of these facilities knowing that there's a protocol or that there's a potential project opportunity. So it's a historical look back, which we can talk about that too, because I actually think that you may want to cap the historical look back, because once this protocol is out there, it could change behavior moving forward. But we have a historical look back that kind of measures, Clean Air Act compliance with NOx, production of adipic acid versus N2O emissions. And I think you capture it well to go back and look at that range. And I think what you've actually have here is conservative, because in the case of a facility that has a max, when you set that max threshold, if they were to produce more than that quantity, and I think, earlier in the conversation, I talked about how some of these facilities are going to be looking at production debottlenecking. So if they produce above what they've done historically, I would say that, typically the TRU, or the oxidation, or call it abatement efficiency, would actually have decreased with increases of adipic acid production. But by setting that as a static, this is conservative. So you were actually being conservative on the amount of carbon offsets that would be created in a scenario where they're creating or producing more adipic into the future, over and above what they've done historically. And I think you also have a statement in the protocol about, capping the production, which we can talk about later at the Title V operating permit production levels. I think that could make sense, and it could not be necessary as well, because I think once we talk about leakage, we'll dive into that. But I guess my lens might be a little bit different, because I've seen a lot of the data, and I know that this relationship exists very clearly. So I like this approach, and I also like the fact that if you're within those ranges, you could use that linear analysis, and it is pretty tight. Production versus N2O emissions. I've seen these, so I think it makes sense. But my lens is a little bit different. So I think I'm certain that others who haven't been seeing data like I have over the last couple of years, as we've been envisioning ways that we could bring value to this space, they're going to have it. I'm sure you all have a lot different questions than I'll have.
Yeah. So Trevor, this is Seth. Part of my lens actually is looking again at the previous version that you sent out a couple of weeks ago, where you used the highest average of the 5-year look back period as being the one that you use. That actually would be the most conservative. So I'm interested in knowing how you kind of converted from that one to this one, which is quite a bit different. And with the linear regression, and the y-intercept and stuff just makes it a little more complicated than just simply taking the highest of the 5-year abatement efficiency. So to me, that would seem to be more conservative. But curious to get your thoughts on that.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm happy to do so. Because the one thing I also want to make clear here too is earlier versions, early intentions, coming at this with big eyes, wanting to make this as possibly widely applicable, and then, learning more and doing more research, and honing in on a U.S. specific approach is what caused changes, because the U.S. really does and has faced unique situations compared to any other countries, I guess, that could be possibly in their peer group, in their peer. And I keep saying peer because I'm gonna get confused on the spot if they're with the UNFCCC, if they're Annex 1 or not, or not Annex 1. I always get confused with that. So looking at developed nations, right? And so the other developed nations compared to the U.S. have just faced, they're just not comparable situations. And so the intent here was to, look at then specifically what's been the case for the U.S. and I'll just use hypotheticals. So let's say in a year of maximum production, the abatement efficiency was 70%. If and that was always going to be that's going to be the case, or could be a similar case going forward, because these plants have to abate the NOx that's associated with that increase production, and not necessarily the N2O emissions, and they don't currently have the proper technology in place to destroy both efficiently. And so when you have to make the choice, you don't really have a choice to make. You have to abate the pollutant that you're legally required to do. And so having either a benchmark or emission rate based off of average data when pooling in other countries and other plants didn't seem fair to do to the U.S. Again, because of the different scenarios laid out. I mean, U.S. Clean Air Act, the U.S. never had the potential to even do joint implementation projects. There is no cap. There is, I know there's the the EU ETS scheme, and so there's just facing different scenarios in that regard, and then also for changing up, because I agree that obviously the most conservative thing would be to hold them to, all right, well, what was that? What's that maximum abatement efficiency? And so use hypotheticals again. Maybe that's 90%, but the idea here is to capture a scenario that is most representative of the continued situation in the absence of the project. And so, because of the Clean Air Act and having to abate NOx emissions, it doesn't, since without the incentives provided protocol and installing new technology, enhancing the existing technology, it's likely that they would have to, the abatement efficiency wouldn't be realized at the max going forward indefinitely. It would agree be most conservative, but not necessarily the most accurate representation of the most likely scenario going forward. And so what I do like about this approach is at least putting about boundaries on it, that using my examples of 70% and 90% abatement efficiencies, if adipic acid production increases tenfold in the project year compared to the maximum amount in the baseline, they're still never going to have an abatement efficiency less than that 70%, which maybe they would have because they would have had to abate that much more NOx and that much less N2O. So at least it puts a floor on it in that regard, and then doing the linear regression analysis, to come up with an in between, abatement efficiency to use. And so that's where we came from. I basically just had a lot of to summarize the big picture reason for why we made the changes was because honing in on the U.S. specific approach and coming up with a scenario that would be most accurate and representative of the situations that the clients are facing.
And let me just add one thing, Seth, and then absorb it and kick back your question. So I think we want to, if we have a look back analysis and say we do have a facility at 90% in abatement efficiency, and say that correlated with the lowest production in that look back, which it likely did, we want to hold them to that. So if they produced at that level again, we want to hold them to that abatement efficiency. The challenges in the industry is, if you look at that abatement efficiency and then you look at the high production scenarios, there's no way they can achieve that abatement efficiency without violating the Clean Air Act for NOx emissions. And I think, if you were the owner of a facility and you said, okay, well, I know you did 90% or whatever that number is at a lower production level, and I know that, that isn't really representative of your current production, but we want you to maintain that 90%. But then they're going to say, well, we can't unless we spend, 10, 20, $30 million because our production is higher than that. There's no way we can achieve that. So, I can't see preparing a protocol that tells somebody that you can actually get value of carbon credits, even with such a massive project, because you're able to achieve a higher level at a lower production. That it's kind of we want them, if they're at that lower production, we want that baseline to make sure that they're still achieving what they've done historically. I think what we're trying to say is we also want them to be able to invest capital to achieve that high level of efficiency at a high production volume. And that's where the project starts, right? That's where you have to have a project to get there. But it is a complex relationship of production versus N2O, removal or destruction efficiencies at these facilities.
Okay. Can I come in, or someone else?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So yeah, I also digested that, and I think in principle, theoretically, it's a nice idea. So I think what you aim to do is you you aim to reflect this inverse relationship, which is a particular situation in the US, and try to estimate, to use historical data and the correlation to estimate what will likely continue during the crediting period. I think practically, I'm wondering, like I haven't seen the data, and I would be very curious to see the data, because my understanding, what I'm interested is how good the correlationship is in practice. Because if you have 5 years, my understanding is you have 5 plots in a diagram, and then you make a linear regression. And the question is how good the correlation is actually between the production level and the N2O emissions historically. If it's a very good correlation, and you get a very low value for the R square. So if you make a statistical analysis and your kind of uncertainty or your result of the statistical analysis says that you have a very good relationship, a very good correlation, then it may be fine. But getting a very good correlation with five data points alone is usually very difficult. It would need to be a really nice correlation. And given what I've seen, at least the diagrams you have shown in the past about what the production level was and what the emissions were, I'm wondering whether there's such a strong correlation. And so you can do a linear regression analysis with any data, but with some data, you get very large values of R square. And so you have a very high uncertainty, and you may not even have a correlation, right? So because from the data, only with a low R square, you could conclude that there's actually a correlation. And so I think to understand whether this approach is suitable or not, one would really need to look in the data. But from what I've seen so far from the data, I'm a bit skeptical, I must say, because it would need, with 5 data points, it would really need to be a very nice correlation to be able to use this approach. And so my fear is a little bit, in theory, it may be nice and a really good idea, but I'm wondering how good it works in practice and whether this correlation, the data really gives this correlation with a lower uncertainty. So that's kind of my main question marks. I have several other comments. Maybe I can try to keep them short and send them later in written. So I understand this min and max thing, where you say, okay, when you are below the min and when you are below the max, I understand that that's conservative on one end, on the max, but it's not necessarily conservative on the min. So let's say if you have recession, as we had it in 2010, 2011, and adipic acid production globally drops significantly, and you are out of your historical range, then maybe using the min value is not conservative any longer, right? So I wasn't very sure whether you're there conservative on both ends. And then I have some more specific comments to the calculation, but maybe I'll park these for now. And maybe one last comment, more as a reaction regarding the incentive. So I think, or to put it the other way around, I think it's really important to take uncertainty in the baseline into account and to be conservative depending on the uncertainty. So if you have a perfect correlation with a very low R square value, fine. But if you have uncertainty and your correlation is not so good, you kind of need to take that into account and make the baseline to a reasonable degree conservative. I'm not here so concerned for this project type that making the baseline reasonably conservative takes away the incentive, because the plans, the experience which we had in Europe with JI is that even with low prices, that the costs were really small to achieve massive reductions. At least this is from the official documentation the projects provided. And many projects achieved abatement levels under the project be far above 99%. And so in the end, whether the baseline is 87, but maybe the average historical performance of one of the plants, or whether it's 90 or 92, doesn't doesn't make the project unfeasible, but that's more a side remark. I think my main point is that the uncertainty in the correlation, that's a key question.
Ah, sorry, I was on mute. No, thank you, Lambert. Oh, it's all great feedback. I obviously from the previous data I've shown the group where we have those production trends and the emission trends or lack thereof of a trend for the U.S. as a whole. Looking back, there's a lot of fluctuation there, and that from what I understand is due to each plant's specific capabilities of abating N2O emissions and what the utilization rate, I guess, had been in a given year, and so that explains a lot of the I guess the inconsistency between production values and N2O emission values, because on paper, more production results in more N2O emissions. But I hear you. I mean, that's those are great points to make. Is there this clear correlation or a statistically significant correlation? What I would propose to want to propose to the group, and looking at, let's say it's playing devil's advocate, and it's all hypotheticals for time being, not sure if it has a good estimated value or not, let's say, and what would the group propose we do in place? Like, how could we bring in uncertainty into this emissions calculation? Like, what would be an appropriate value to use for that, or how best to adjust for uncertainty?
Well, I guess you could. Go ahead, Lambert. Go ahead.
I guess the one thing that Lambert said about maybe the 5 data points is that I think essentially we're talking about 5 years of consecutive data of 8,760 hours a year times 5. So we got an awful lot of data from these facilities. So I think we may be able to bring more data into this to have more significance, perhaps, than simply annual data points. Just one thought, because when I think of 5 years of continuous production, that's a lot of data. You talk about 5 data points, but that's a summary of 8,760 hours worth of runtime.
Right.
So, but I guess how can we increase the data set to make it more statistically significant?
Yeah, and maybe what you could do, so I don't know whether you have that data or we need to adopt the protocol without that data, so whether we can look into it or not. I mean, if we don't have the data and you would like to keep the approach, then you could make a statistical requirement. So you could say you need to do the linear regression analysis, you need to analyze it, and you need to determine, you need to come below a certain R² value, for example, if you use that method. I mean, there are different regression analysis methods. But you need to have a statistical significance, right? That you are sure that there's actually this correlation. And so you can use this method only if you have that statistical significance. And if not, then follow approach B and use whatever the highest value from 5 years or whatever other conservative options are. That's one possibility. I'm thinking loudly. Or the other is you do it differently as you had it in the previous protocol. But I think if you want to use it, you need a statistical significance, or maybe I'm not a statistician, but you could check with one. I mean, maybe you can do a linear regression analysis. You can determine the uncertainty around that, and you can add the uncertainty to the curve, so that you have that you achieve a certain confidence level in your statistical analysis, and that you adjust the curve. What is it, upwards or downwards? But anyway, you adjust it in such a way that it becomes conservative. I mean, it gets more complex.
Yeah.
So it has disadvantages, but I think you need something to address that, because just having values and drawing a line through them doesn't mean you have a correlation. So, yeah.
I agree with that, and I think Lambert, you had mentioned something that I also agree with, which is the way it's written. If production goes below what they've done historically, that in a high production scenario this would be conservative, but in a low production scenario it may not. So I think one of the things that I would suggest there is I would imagine this is a general protocol for multiple facilities, but I would imagine that in the low production scenario that that efficiencies have been in the U.S. 90%. Or greater, but maybe there's a requirement that in a low production scenario, that if the historical look back didn't achieve 90% or greater, that if you produce less than you've done historically, there's a floor of either whatever you've achieved. If it's over 90%, then that's your floor. But if it's under 90%, 90% needs to be your floor. To make sure that we're protecting against a low production scenario. But I think you're right. On a high production scenario, one would say that this is really conservative, because if you modeled it and believed the correlation, they would be able to operate the units less at a higher production. And we're saying that, well, that doesn't matter, because whatever you've done historically is where your cap is going to be, right? But I think what you said on the low production scenario has merit.
And yeah, thank you for bringing that one up, because I hadn't mentioned that yet either. And so I think that has a lot of merit as well. And so I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding of this, and what best to what the concern is, and what the approach to ensure that stays conservative. So it just helps me to use hypothetical abatement efficiencies. So if let's say the AEB min is 80, only like 85%. Is that what the concern is? So there should at least be a higher percentage there, abatement efficiency used there, to make sure that if production is that low, it needs to at least be 90% or above.
Right. I like that, because I think that ties to everybody talks about this 90% factor globally, which isn't necessarily relevant here, but at least on that low production scenario, we're saying, hey, if you achieve greater than 90% in your low production, great. And if you produce lower, we don't know what the maybe we can use the model then to go outside of the data that we have in front of us. But I like the fact that you're focusing on the data that we have in front of us, and then trying to look at that as bookends, and then what do we do if we're outside the bookends, right? But I like that one way to do that on that is that if you could achieve less than 90% in your low production scenario, then 90%, if you produce less than you've done historically, is going to be what you have to live with. If you've achieved greater than 90% at your low production scenario, then that's what you live with. But I think it's something that, but on the flip side, you'll want to do what you've done from a conservative standpoint under a high production scenario. Is that I think you've been very conservative on that side.
I think what's conservative depends, right? So I'm not sure it works to use a default value. Let's say if at your historical minimum, you abated 92%, then using 90% as the default, if you go beyond the boundary, wouldn't work, right? So I'm wondering whether the choice could be derived from the plant-specific data. What is conservative if you are outside the boundary? So, I haven't thought it through, but I'm not sure that the default value, given that the two plants in the US have quite different abatement performance, at least that's what I remember. Therefore, what's conservative if you're outside the bound may also differ a lot between the two plants, right? And I need to think further what's a good approach, but I'm not sure that one single default value is the best solution.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the default of 90 if they achieved 92% historically. I would use the higher of the two, but yeah, that's a good discussion point.
But at least setting a floor there, yeah, they want to, so that way, you know, they wouldn't be able to achieve, I guess they wouldn't have higher baseline emissions with a lower abatement efficiency. So I think it is important to use AAP specific data as much as possible. Again, and a default, but at least if a default is used as the that threshold, you know, point where you can't go below this, even if you're a specific minimum or AAP specific abatement efficiency associated with minimum production values is below a 90% as a, you know, example. You would have to use that at the very least. Yeah, no, that's great. Are there any more thoughts here on the abatement efficiency metric? I'm gonna the next couple slides coming up have on leakage and on the nitric acid recovery. So I just want to, but I understand this is, you know, the greatest. I guess too, I should note too is what helps since, you know, in the past couple weeks too is having the more time and thought is to narrow in on this and not. I also have, you know, we have since learned that, you know, the amount of, I guess, N2O delivered to each control unit has been measured, you know, historically, you know, thanks to the CEMS, and so that helped, I guess, narrow in on using, you know, an abatement efficiency approach over a emission factor approach too, because I know that was also, you know, something we were toying with, and so happy to at least have some clarity and moving forward with a using abatement efficiency over an emission factor. That being said, you know, anything is open for consideration. So if anyone feels more strongly about, you know, using an emission factor over an abatement efficiency, please let us know either here today or in comments. But if
I was actually wondering exactly about that point, and that's a little bit also related to the equation. So, this comes back to the initial discussion that you can increase your abatement by ensuring a higher utilization, like you abate more time, or you increase kind of the rate of abatement, right? When the unit is operating, and so by focusing kind of the calculation on the abatement efficiency only, I'm not sure you're really capturing all the mitigation options, right? So, so I didn't fully understand why you simply do not use an emission factor, which actually captures both, right? And so both historically and then under the project, you monitor your emissions. And related to that is this question, like in all your equations, you use kind of a flow rate, a concentration, and then a utilization time of the equipment, right? But so what you calculate only refers to the time when the equipment is operating, but it doesn't cover the time period when your equipment is not operating. And so I was confused by that, and also by the fact that the flow rate, like usually flow and even concentration can be measured nearly continuously. So why you have a rate and then you multiply it with the hours per year, and is that then the average rate which you calculate and then you calculate it? So yeah, this equation wasn't straightforward to me, because my understanding is you have continuous flow measurement, you can have different ways of concentration measurements, and that's it. And you just sum that up and make an integral around that, right? And then you have your total emissions, and you don't actually need to consider the operating time of the entity at all, in my view, because you should, both in the baseline and in the project, you should cover, or I would cover, the entire emissions of the unit. Even and some plants have this bypass thing, right? So they can send it to the destruction facility, or they can send it directly through the chimney. And so that was also a remark, sorry for speaking long, but it's all related on the project emissions, where you only take into account project emissions when the units are running, but not when they are not running. And so, yeah, so this is how the entire equations are formulated in the protocol. I struggled a little bit with that.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you raising that, and you know, and especially as I obviously honed in on utilization rate with, you know, my attempt at a definition for enhancement and, you know, the performance standard test. I also was trying to think of, you know, if it needed, and where you know, utilization rate, you know, would factor into these equations. And I came away with, you know, the understanding of, because we're using measured data, that if there is increased utilization of the technology, you know, and so increased abatement, then we're going to, you know, that result is going to be realized in the measured data. And so that's at least my understanding. But I just wanted to note too that was definitely something I wanted to raise with the group. So I'm glad you brought that up. You know, getting at, if, you know, the big picture question there is if we do need to factor in the actual utilization or utilization rate, and where that would be reflected in what equations. I know also, you know, from looking at the IPCC methodologies, the utilization rate, isn't, I mean, now I'm going to second guess myself, but I don't believe it's in their tier 3 approach, which is what we're following, because we're following facility specific abatement efficiencies and facility specific measured data, where I believe it was only in the tier 2 approach, where if in the absence of such facility specific data on measured N2O emissions and on a whether it was emission factor or abatement efficiency that we're using, then that's when then utilization rate or a utilization factor, quote unquote, was put into the equations. But anyway, I'm very happy you brought that up, and yeah, we'll let everybody else weigh in as well on that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the formula, but I can tell you that all these facilities measure on a second basis. Usually we get hourly averages, but, you know, flow rate, concentration in every exhaust duct, whether or not it's to the N2O control or to the NOx control, is measured. So I don't think there's a lack of data, and I don't think that the formula was ever meant to only, you know, the formulas are only meant to look at all the data we have and put them into averaging periods. But I can say that there's not a facility in the U.S. that doesn't have flow rate and concentration monitored at every location,
right,
for our data needs. And I think, you know, the problem with I think overall emission factors is, what I like about this is that every facility has to measure you know, their N2O continuously. The only factor that we're using is historical destruction efficiency, so we're not over crediting. Other than that, it's real-time data, inlet and outlet of all the control technologies. It doesn't get any better than that. I don't like when we're having an emission factor and just applying that towards adipic acid production and using that as our inlet loading, whereas, you know, we have all the data to calculate our inlet loading. We just want to make sure we have the factor of the historical destruction, so we're not over crediting these folks. But I think to Lambert's point, why don't we make sure that we look at the equations to make sure that they're reflective of all the data that we have and how we're going to average that data. But I thought that they were. I'll take a closer look with our team as well.
Yeah, I mean, likewise, and again with doing this draft and with preparing the slides, where to incorporate utilization really did jump out at me as well, and without making any changes just yet, I knew that I wanted to table that for discussion with you all today. So thank you, Lambert, for beating me to it. That's great. And then also what I'm happy you brought up too is, if we need to incorporate uncertainty and where that might need to be brought in as well. So what can you all see my screen as well now that the actually sharing the protocol draft?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure of that. So I guess what I would ask for the group, especially because to read through all these variables and their definitions, my big ask would be in your review of the protocol, if you could get, weigh in on where, you feel, where you feel, utilization rate or, when those type of things should be factored in and where that would be incredibly helpful. And I think more timely than trying to cipher through that currently in this meeting, again, because of just the nature of equations and formulas. But it would be a similar case for, calculating or measuring the total baseline emissions before any emissions control treatment here, and the similar equations for the project emissions. I'm jumping around on that, but I will admit too, if we have more time, which we're doing great on, and I'm happy to spend more time today to really do the deep dive look into that. But the other thing I want to make sure we touch upon, and it's another reason I like the destruction efficiency approach or abatement efficiency approach, is when we go to leakage. Man, I'm out of order, but I will still do that.
Trevor, can I just ask, if we're moving on, what's sort of the next step on the, like for example, on the abatement efficiency, we talked about the correlation or lack of correlation, and if there's not enough correlation, then maybe use the highest year as during the look back period. Are you going to sort of send us information, or are you going to sort of try to rewrite the protocol, that section at least, kind of along the comments, or are we just going to submit comments to you based on this discussion? I'm just curious kind of like what happens.
Yeah, no, very fair question. Yeah, well, definitely, I'm taking down everything that has been discussed today, and we'll be going back to reevaluate and make modifications as needed. I mean, that's that gets at the whole reason we're here today is to take in feedback like that. So for sure, be going back to looking at to Lambert's point, looking at the correlation of the data, and also trying to not even trying to, and to put a floor on the minimum, I guess the abatement efficiency associated with minimum production. So everything you guys are, I definitely appreciate you asking that, but yeah, we take to heart everything raised during this meeting and make changes, where needed. We want to want to solicit your expert advice and make changes, that we think will result in a more robust protocol. And, so far, really been liking what we've, heard, and, of course we weigh our options and our considerations that, if they're I don't have anything specific at this point to use an example, but let's say something was raised where that's an instant, no, we're not going to do that. Or if maybe feedback or comments are raised and it's not incorporated to the extent you would like to have seen, or that you don't think is sufficient enough. We do have the public comment period where you are also more than welcome to resubmit, to send new comments, resubmit original ones that we will make public on our webpage, and our responses to those comments will be publicized as well. Yeah, kind of getting at the next steps here really are we based on this conversation, go back and make revisions based on any written comments you send us, go back and make revisions so we can then put out for public comment as robust of a protocol as we think possible. And then if there's anything in there that you don't approve of or don't think was, as could have been, as improved as you would have liked to have seen, you are encouraged to and more than welcome to submit comments during the public comment period, which again will be publicized as well as our responses to them. I should also note that one additional step I will most likely be taking in this particular endeavor is sending specific things your way, such as a revamped definition for enhancement, because that is something I would like to get more feedback on from you all before putting the public comment version out. And similarly, probably do that with the abatement efficiency as well. Very much will be keeping you all in the loop. Yeah, I mean, that's my spiel there on that aspect.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe before you move to leakage, because that's a different discussion, can I still come in a little bit on this discussion?
Please, yes.
So also what I've heard from my colleague, that basically all the data is there. So I think kind of the equations can be simplified in a way that you take the flow rate and you take the concentration and you sum that up over all the time, including the operation time of any units and including the times when they are not operating. And that gives you, in the end, the total emissions, right? And I would take the total emissions per production. So I would go for actually an baseline emission factor and not the destruction efficiency or abatement efficiency, for the reason that I think, if I'm not, I may be mistaken, but I think the way you identify the abatement efficiency is kind of during the time the units are operating, right? But as we discussed at the beginning, there are two strategies to increase or enhance, and one is to have more abatement when they are operating, and one is to utilize them more. So I think the broader and more general approach is to determine your baseline emission factor, which takes both into account, utilization and abatement efficiency, that you determine an emission factor. So I would remove the, what is it, OH parameter, basically from all the equations, and you just sum up the totals, both for the historical period and then for the actual project emissions, and you make these calculations. And then, so that would be my recommendation. And then one other point I wanted to raise, or a few others. So one issue was you had language in the protocol about anomalous years.
Right.
And and I think it would benefit from further clarification. What is an anomalous year and what not? So you have statistical methods to determine outliers, and because now, as it sounds, it's kind of, you look to the data and you find, this is high or this is low, and you exclude it, and that can, with 5 data points as it's currently drafted, that excluding one can make a huge difference in a regression analysis. And so I think that goes a little bit to statistically sound methods, my comment before. So I think if you do that, you need to provide a statistical, you need to make an indication that it needs to be a statistically driven analysis where you identify outliers through a statistical method, and then you exclude them consistently on both ends, not only on one end, etc. So I think it's not a lot of language, but there should be language that what you do, because in the end you build your baseline on a statistical analysis on such a method that it's statistically sound. Let me quickly have a look. I think this is all the equation issues.
Lambert, I really appreciate that. I guess on the first aspect, it's my understanding, it has been my understanding, reserves understanding, I should say, that with the, using it, whether it's an abatement efficiency or an emission factor, it's going to incorporate all the, the downtime would be in there as well, because looking at the denominator, it's the the total emissions. So all those measured N2O emissions for that entire year, which as Bill mentioned, with the continuous monitoring, we have several data points, for every day of the year. And so you're getting that total in the denominator, and then the numerator truly is only that amount that is abated, that is sent to a control unit when in operation. So it's my take that the denominator would encompass when abatement tech is in operation and when it's not in operation, and then the numerator is only for when it's in operation. So
yeah, it does.
Yes,
Trevor,
you're right.
It does, Trevor. And it does. In fact, I think.
My whole thing was where to bring in the utilization rate, because I kept going back and forth with this the past couple of weeks and then being like, I forgot to put that in there, and then like, oh wait, it's captured. So I mean,
I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Trevor.
I think where it's not working is in equation 514, where you take the project emissions, right?
Project ones, okay.
Because there you only take the hours where you have either the N2O emissions control unit or the non-N2O emissions control unit. So what if you have hours where for some reason neither of them, or where you have some bypass and both have a downtime or whatever. So just make sure that you take all the emissions in the project equation.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think if there's any bypass, it needs to, our intent of this formula is that every bypass, every control, whether or not it's to the N2O or to the NOx device, is measured in the denominator. And the emissions after, so if the N2O thermal reduction unit is the only unit destroying N2O, then, the resultant emissions from all the data points, from all the exhaust ducts, including that from the exhaust of the thermal reduction unit for N2O, is included in the numerator. So I do think that we've proposed everything that you're wanting to see, Lambert. I believe that's in there. And I think, Trevor, I looked at this project like we have on our nitric acid project, under the tertiary abatement unit, which we've been in, we've had that protocol for a decade now. And that allows us to measure real-time inlet-outlet data continuously. The only difference here is this is just exactly like a tertiary abatement project. The only difference is that we have a historical abatement level that we have to account for, so we're not over-crediting, whereas in nitric acid tertiary abatement, we never had that. That's the only different variable.
Yeah.
So this is a tertiary N2O project.
That we can just leverage all the hard work that was done in developing the nitric acid protocol for sure. And that's why, obviously here today, having such a thorough and careful conversation about the baseline scenario, I thought was of utmost importance here, because as you said, that's what deviates, is different the most from what the reserve's similar protocol, and getting that right is very important. That being said, any areas like possibly equation 5.14 where there's room for improvement, will be made, and it could also always be the case that we identify things here that we go, oh, we need to go back and improve the nitric acid protocol. That the same could happen.
But I wanted to comment on Lambert's point on anomalous years. And I think, having worked with CAR and ARB in the past, I think that can't be, we really do need to focus on that, because, I've seen projects that go to ARB for compliance where, maybe there's an anomalous month that's been taken out. But, I think we have to be really careful about companies being able to be too selective and call a year anomalous. And I know that, we have Ruby Canyon on the line here because they verify a lot of projects, and they're looking at that definition as well. So I think we do have to make sure we're paying attention to that, because we all know we don't want to use that loosely. And
Right.
And even if maybe there's an anomalous period, but to take out a whole year of your data set, we have to be careful of that.
Yeah. So, what might help too, especially if we don't have too much of a statistical prescriptive approach, although I do understand that would be best, is to think of scenarios, that would be justifiable, like a recession or looking back at the U.S. data. Oh, and like the end of the 2000s, there was a huge shutdown period where these plants just like weren't in operation. So it's like, all right, so some kind of that's pretty defensible if one of these two plants, oh yeah, well we weren't in operation in 2010, or in for this look back period, be like, oh, we weren't in operation in 2015 or 2016. Like, okay, I mean, then that is pretty justifiable. And in other protocols, like, I've worked on the reserves nitrogen management one that looks at, optimizing fertilizer use. And so if there's an extreme weather year, like that 2018, and 2019 that they, a lot of the Midwest has faced with droughts and flooding and whatnot, then that's justified, that's going to mess up data, and that's justifiable to not include that year. So I guess what I'm getting at here is agree the strongest approach, most stringent approach would to have some sort of statistical method in here, but at the risk of being overly prescriptive in that regard and adding more complexity to it, I wonder if sufficient, anecdotal evidence that can be backed up is suffices as well, such as, oh, in 2016, our plant, we weren't in operation that year. Oh, okay, boom, that year can be excluded.
Right.
And Phil, if you are on the line and are able to weigh in, that would be great as to what, and from the verifier's perspective, what evidence you would like to see or have seen that, justifies an anomalous year or a year that can be removed. Not, putting you on the spot, and I know you're traveling. So if
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
yes.
Yeah, I'd probably defer to Bill or somebody who knows the industry a little better. I think they have a better idea of what, or even the adipic acid plants themselves. What do they consider anomalous? I defer to the experts on that one. I don't want to, as a VB, I don't think we want to try to figure that out. But I mean, any of these questions that come up, we're going to defer to Carr anyway to work out. So, but I would defer to the plants or Bill and saying, what does an anomalous year look like at a plant?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. I just muted
Just a little bit of background noise there for Phil. So, I
So yeah, we will definitely look into how we can strengthen that and define this. What is, what would constitute an anomaly here for sure.
Yep. This is John. So I mean, this may be overly prescriptive, but I mean, there's statistical methods that you can use to show anomalous data, right? You can say it goes beyond a degree of standard deviation and things like that.
Yeah.
You can do all sorts of statistics, and you can get as granular and as technical as you want with this. I'm thinking back to my statistical days in school, and it can get really in-depth. So there needs to be obviously a moderation and thinking of not being overly complicated and prescriptive, but there are methods out there to rule out anomalous data or outliers. It's
right.
rare. So, yeah.
Agreed. Thank you. Yeah, that's, and again, if you didn't know, now you know that I was the lead in updating the nitrogen management protocol, and so yeah, we have a a statistical approach in there for, assessing leakage that, brings in the whole standard of deviation and whatnot. So no stranger to adding in, statistical approaches where needed or as needed. My only hesitation is to add complexity that might not be necessary, although, at least in terms of what's written in the protocol, that perhaps, even having something written in the protocol that refers folks to, the proper statistical approach to follow would suffice, as opposed to actually adding in a set of equations or procedures in the protocol itself, if that is something that folks would be comfortable with. It's just for the sake of not causing confusion when users read this document and get overwhelmed by having a statistical procedure outlined in here that may or may not even be applicable to them. But at least having, or maybe this is a good example of an appendix. Perhaps that would be, something to have, look at Appendix B or point there. But so, yeah, it's all noted, and we'll take this into consideration. And because I agree, there needs to be some sort of concrete way to justify an anomaly. Are there any other questions here? Because otherwise, I do want to go, I realized I did a little out of order. I want to touch on leakage, but also the other aspect that is, before I get there, I guess it's to stay in the order of my slides, that, and now my screen sharing isn't working again, sorry.
We can see your screen. Oh.
You can see it? All good?
Well, then it got I can see it.
You can see it? Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on today with my technology, but it didn't allow me just to share individual screens, and I trying to do the two monitors so I could take notes at the same time, but alas, failing. I got some great handwritten notes here. But so anyway, this is this one. We of course have in there equations for accounting for baseline N2O emissions associated with nitric acid recovery, if applicable. So if one of the techs is the recycling technology that converts a portion of the N2O to nitric acid, and so to calculate this, the recovery of nitric acid as a function of N2O being converted to nitric oxide, which is then converted to nitric acid, and the ratio ends up being the amount of nitric acid produced. I could even just go to the equation here. I think that just be even easier. Jumping back. So looking at this equation, one moment. Yeah, so just to get that ratio, looking at the historical average adipic nitric acid produced per adipic acid production, less the amount of nitric acid produced in the project compared to the adipic acid produced in the project, and then this ratio will be multiplied by the adipic acid produced in the project and the emission factor for N2O emissions to capture any N2O emissions associated with nitric acid in the baseline. So this would be really only, of those four types of technologies laid out, seemingly only, would only be applicable to one of the four. So it's, and from what I understand, so it just is something to be aware of if we do have a project that implements one of those recycling technologies.
Excellent.
So I think then the big last remaining item to tackle is leakage, which I loved everybody's comments that we received at the first workgroup meeting because it expressed the same optimism I have that sorry, my screen. Every time I try to share this, it goes to it does the presentation to my other monitor. Okay, but so anyways, what I was saying is I really enjoyed everybody's comments because you share the same optimism that I have that, the price of voluntary carbon credits are likely to increase over time in the U.S. And, I definitely want to see that happen, and I'm going to remain hopeful that will happen. We'll remain hopeful about future, carbon trading schemes in the U.S. as well. I'll use as a catch-all and hope that there could be some federal action there. And so definitely want to make sure we do incorporate, this potential for production shifting. Maybe there will be some point down the road where, these carbon credits fetch a pretty price, and we're going to shift production. So, yeah, putting a cap on the amount of creditable production. Setting this cap for each AAP based on their maximum allowable adipic acid production limit set forth in their Title V operating permit. From what I understand, this is not that limit is not likely to change or is not easy to change get permission from the EPA to produce more. And so there would be a big hurdles to go through there. And then also, if they surpass that production limit, they're going to be fined. Receiving penalties in the form of fines. And to clarify, if market forces be, the plant produces more than they're even allowed to per their operating permit, go for it. They can, but we're going to cap the amount. We're not going to quantify emission reductions associated from any production above that capped value. So in any of the equations where the reporting period production is used, the cap value will take its place. And then using the approach you laid out with the abatement efficiencies, what I also like about that is, it's never going to be lower than that floor, the minimum floor there, based on maximum production in the baseline. So hypothetically, if that AEB value for associated with the year of max production, the baseline 70%. Well, no matter what, they're never going to have an abatement efficiency lower than that, and so therefore the baseline emissions, would never be higher, I guess. So the other thing we have since learned is that I've always known that Ascend and Invista, the two companies with adipic acid plants, have an international presence. So big concern for, what's to stop them from shifting, production from plants in Asia or Europe to plants in America for carbon credits, but found out they actually, while they have an international presence, they don't actually have adipic acid plants in the other nations. They only have their own respective adipic acid plant in the U.S., so I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility that there could still be, obviously shifted production from the same company to company plant, but definitely decreases the likelihood of, then, for example, shifting adipic acid production from an Asian plant to an American plant. So that's all I have there on leakage, and would love to get folks' thoughts.
Trevor, the one thought I had on this was, you mentioned that it's hard to change an operating permit, but it sounds like maybe it's not impossible. So I was thinking about maybe you want to put the word original permit or something that denotes that it was, if a revision is granted later on, that's not to be considered, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's as of the project start date. That's easy to easy language to add in and strengthen this.
Yeah. And I guess Bill speaking here. I think at the end of the day, if that's what we settle on, that's fine. I would also say though that on the flip side, I don't know why that would be required. Maybe the group would want to see some technical data on that, but compared to the I think the ecosystem marketplace has shown that carbon credit values in the voluntary market have decreased in the last decade. So we're not trending up; we're trending the wrong way. And compared to adipic acid, there's just no way that the value of carbon on a per ton of adipic acid would ever create an incentive to create more adipic acid than the market demands. And these facilities only have one location each in the U.S., so there's no production shifting that could occur. So I think if a facility went and debottleneck and went through a Title V and opened up their entitled Title V operating permit, which isn't easy, and they modified their production throughput, I don't know why we wouldn't allow that into the future. But at the end of the day, if the group is so opposed to that, I don't want to swim across or upstream on that. I don't think that going with the current Title V permit is a bad move. I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay, Lambert speaking here. I think it would be good to. At the last meeting we requested for some simple calculations to see whether there's actually a risk or not. So I think it still would be quite useful to understand that. And because we have done the analysis, it's not a complicated calculation. And because we've done the analysis back then, I want to clarify a few issues, what we observed then. So first, the shifts which occurred were not necessarily between the same company. What happens in 2010 is that all the CDM plants, they basically continued to operate their historical capacity or slightly expanded, while all the other plants which did not have CDM credits, they decreased production to 50, 60% operation time, while the CDM plants were running at 90 or something like that. And that happened even in the same countries, but like in China, where you have CDM plants and non-CDM plants. But what we observed is that the shift appeared in the market, and it's not between one company. That's the first point. The second point is it's not that more adipic acid is produced than it's consumed. Nobody would do that. You wouldn't spill adipic acid, right? So that's not a risk. The risk is so it's not a risk that more in aggregate globally more adipic acid is produced. The risk is that you have shifts from plants which abate anyways or at a higher rate to plants that abate because of the crediting. And then global emissions can increase. And in Europe, for example, and with the CDM, you have some plants which abate already now 99.99 something percent, right? So the shift is indirect. And what we also found out when we did the analysis is that this is shipped around the world. So it's a globally traded commodity. So it's not that one company just uses its own, etc. So many countries import or some. So it's really like steel. It's like a globally traded commodity. And so in principle, I think it's one of the industries where the risk is there. That's also one of the reasons. There was also a whole EU assessment in the European emissions trading system, which industries have a carbon leakage risk, and this was identified as one of the industries with the highest risk next to a few others. And so, for example, therefore they have different rules for free allocation of permits or auctioning of permits than some other plants which do not have carbon leakage or leakage risks. So that's the whole background. Whether, just let me continue, whether it's actually a risk, I think the key difference is under the CDM, you had kind of, your baseline was zero abatement, and our baseline is something around 90% abatement. And that's the key difference. And so because of that difference, it's possible that it's maybe not a large risk. But we haven't seen that analysis, and prices can increase. So that's for background. And so why I'm not happy with the current approach is because I think this cap doesn't really address it. Because so if there's a risk first, which I'm not sure about, I just would need to see the analysis. But if there's a risk, this cap wouldn't address it, because the risk which we observed is much more that production would otherwise go down, right? So that you have a recession, and without the credits, the production would go down. But because of the credits, there's a cost advantage for this plant, and it stays up and goes down in other plants. And I mean, my intuition is also that the risk is not very large, but I haven't seen the analysis. But the solution put here, I think, wouldn't address that, because it's not about plants operating illegally and producing more than they are allowed to. It's about the possibility of a recession, and that without the credits they would produce less, but because of the credits they continue to operate at the same amount. So this is what we observed under the CDM. And so either if you think and if you come to the conclusion that it's not a risk, then remove it. But I'm not sure that I would be more glad to see the analysis, but I don't think that this solution here is useful in any way to address the issue. Sorry for talking long, but I wanted to explain all the background.
No, I really, really appreciate that. I'm curious though to hear more as to, why this cap wouldn't be, a sufficient solution if that, if these are the plants that, the two U.S. plants that if production is shifted here, abnormally or artificially, I should say, to, for the sake of getting credits, they, wouldn't be able, they wouldn't be able to get credits for anything above, production above that cap. So even if, we pay the fines and what have you, I'm not, is the cap, could the cap possibly not be low enough, assuming there is a risk, but I'm not, if to mitigate the risk of leakage is to mitigate the risk of shifting production artificially to plants that are eligible for credit so they can earn more credits, I'm not understanding, I guess, generally why the concept of putting a cap on credible production wouldn't address that.
So what we observed in the CDM is that the CDM plants continued to operate more or less at the same capacity as they had done before in this recession situation, but that all other plants around which did not have abatement or that they went down in their capacity.
Gotcha.
Which means, and so the assumption, I mean, we also talked to industry experts and they told us about the cost structures of the plants, etc. So it was a reasonable assumption that some plants, that they would have reduced in this recession situation, they would have reduced their production, right, in the absence of the crediting, but they maintained it at very high levels while everybody else reduced even more as a result, right? So it's an indirect shift. It's not that they produce more, is that without the credits, they would have produced less. So it's a little bit complicated.
Oh, that really did help clear things up for me.
Yeah, I just think our crediting, if you look at Ecosystem Marketplace, they're saying the average price was $240, and that includes forest in there, all kind of philanthropic, attractive, voluntary carbon that drags that price up to an average price of $240. But our prices are trending lower, and it's so low off the radar screen. I hear what Lambert's saying, but he doesn't see the data. But I don't think that in a recession somebody's going to ever continue to produce at where they're producing today simply because of voluntary carbon pricing. Ever. I don't ever see that happening. But I can say that because I've been in the market here in the U.S. for a decade, and Lambert hasn't. So I'm not trying to dismiss Lambert's concern because he lived it internationally. But I just, without going through a detailed analysis, I think that what Lambert's saying is he's not as concerned about the Title V cap on production. He's more worried about the downside in a recession? Do you keep producing at where you're at just because of the value of carbon? And I don't think any of us have seen a scenario that would have existed in the last year or last decade. So I don't see that as without getting into analysis, Lambert, I don't see that as a threat, but I understand, you live that internationally, so your lens is different. I appreciate it.
I totally hear what you're saying, Bill, but I'm nervous about making an argument based on where carbon prices are today. You're absolutely right.
And especially, wanting to be optimistic here about the future of U.S. climate policy. So, so to me, I speak on the reserve's behalf, want to keep provisions in place for mitigating leakage, whether or not, even if, to do the thorough analysis on the financials, I agree it might not even necessarily be necessary because I want to remain optimistic of potential future higher carbon credit values in the U.S. And so what's most important for me here is getting in it sounds to me like the big takeaway on how to improve this or what to improve would be to, the recession is a good example, but in the event of, if you're keeping production where you're at because of credits, as opposed to curbing your production based on actual, the actual market. I don't know how. I'm truly asking for help there on how we factor that in. It almost, because I completely get that and completely get the what the international market international projects face, but it almost seems to me from a climate action perspective, like I would be happy if they continue to produce and abate, their N2O emissions. I guess you're saying that obviously that's if they never produced that adipic, if they never should have produced that adipic acid in the first place because of a recession or what have you, then there would never have been those emissions to abate. So it's not real. They're not real emission reductions, but the carbon credit incentive almost seems like a good incentive to stay in business during poor economic times. But so how can we then strengthen this approach here? What would be recommended? In the absence of, a way to, I love the idea of, locking them in on the, their operating permit at the time of project start. I think that's an easy modification to, add some stringency here, but I'm truly scratching my head as to what to bring in to, to factor in what in the case of an economic recession and they're producing at the same levels when really they should have been producing. That's hard to,
I don't think we can. I'll be honest with you. I've never seen it before in a protocol. We've only looked at max production caps. That scenario is so unique to a carbon market that was so lucrative and so much gaming with Orveo and some of the companies on the Adipic side. That happened over a decade ago. I understand that happened, but I just don't think you can even address this in a protocol. What do you do in a recession? How do you set a min production? I've never seen anything like that, and I don't think it's appropriate in the protocol.
And I think we also do have a more robust baseline scenario that's akin to the joint implementation projects, as opposed to obviously the baseline that was used in these CDM projects.
Trevor, this is Phil. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I completely agree with Bill. Just from a real life perspective of us going on these sites, I mean, using nitric acid as an example, I mean, if the plants, the plants, you come in and ask these questions, and I mean, I think, the plants, this is just not their money making. You're talking about these massive plants saying, you know what, we're in a recession, but let's keep production up for, a 10th or 100% of net income. I mean, it just, I understand the concern of leakage, but I completely agree with Bill. I just don't see, I mean, especially since, again, like, as the Climate Action Reserve, if you see problems, you guys are a lot more flexible, or you can address them in a much quicker manner. So
Yeah.
if there's such a small risk, then, I just don't see the point of putting it in. And then if, okay, by some off chance in the future, it actually becomes a problem, then you guys, it's not like you guys will sit on it for 5 years. I mean, you would address it right away. And I don't know if that would work to just say, look, we see it low, but in the future, if something, for some reason, again, like, I mean, I understand the concern with leakage, but I don't see that this is really, I agree with Bill. So, I mean, I'll leave it at that.
Just to add to, I mean, I agree that, I mean, obviously voluntary pricing today is not sufficient. And there's no, imminent expectation that it's going to increase enough to affect a scenario like that. But one thing to keep in mind is that this is a 10-year crediting period, and we're going into post-2020. And I would say that the voluntary market has hit an inflection point. While it's now nowhere near a $25 market where I think that may have some impact, it certainly is increasing, and that's great for everybody here on the phone. It's a great problem to have, but it's the last 7-8 years in the voluntary markets it's been very much an oversupplied market and a down market. But we have hit what I've seen in our company has seen an inflection point. Whether or not it rate increases over a 10-year period to have any kind of impact in that scenario is probably low risk. But what I would say is, once a project is registered under CAR rules, they are then essentially locked in to that protocol. So unless there is a way, with what Phil said, to at that point reassess for a project that's already registered with an existing protocol, then there is some risk there, right? I mean, it's probably small, but there is some risk if you cannot address it under a registered, locked in to an existing protocol, and there is no way to address a situation like that. And that's it. But I do agree it's a low risk.
I think there's some precedent for the CDM to go back and, if there's gaming going on, to adjust the protocol as necessary. So I would agree that, if we sort of all keep our CAR keeps its eye on the market, that if there's evidence of gaming and this kind of thing, that, you guys have the power to unlock a registered project if you need to.
Yeah, I mean, a 10-year, just to add to that, I mean, 10 years is 10 years, right? I mean, a lot of things can happen in 10 years. So I'm wondering if there is an ability to step in a registered project if something like that occurs.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that there would be, it should be, should this arise, or, whether it's, I guess, think a lot of possibilities, right? But either, ending a project, ending a protocol, releasing policy-wide memo, with an effective date, or what have you, or applying something similar, how we would, apply, the legal requirement test. Yeah, we definitely have that flexibility, and, maintain a reputation for high integrity and credibility in the carbon marketplace. So of course would seek remedial action, at the time, if should a scenario arise. What I like about keeping, what we have here in the protocol at the onset, even with the early risk, is, is that it makes it all the more transparent and clear that we are cognizant of this risk, of this potential. Yes, it's low currently, but as folks have said, 10-year crediting period. Who knows what could happen a year from now, 10 years from now. Like, I mean, anything is possible. And so this is especially given, the leakage issues that faced the international marketplace. Not having anything on leakage in this protocol would not be a good look. I'll put it that way. And so I'm keen on keeping this as we have, with this suggestion of, fixing, locking them in based on at least for the initial crediting period, based on their operating permit at the time of the project start date. But otherwise, keen to keep this in. And Philip, I appreciate you raising, the financials again, because Lambert, we had started to look into it, have had the ecosystem market data to look at for the prices per carbon credit, and also started looking at the value of tons of adipic acid. But again, what I don't like about that analysis is focusing on the current picture, because of course, based on current carbon credit prices, it's negligible. It's such a small, it's as Philip was referring to. And so it would be the future, hopeful good problem to have here, as John said, where if the carbon credits are competitively priced. So I'm keen to keep this as we have, with the one improvement mentioned on locking the operating permit in, and revisiting this going forward if needed, if something like a recession pops up, and and I would imagine such a scenario would affect a lot of our protocols and not necessarily just this one.
Yeah, I mean, I have two questions. It's clear that we don't know about prices, right? But I think it's a relatively simple calculation because I haven't made the calculation. I don't know the answer, how big the risk is. So it's not so difficult to do the calculation, just assuming 5, 10, 15, 20 or 2, and to understand, okay, what is the competitive advantage from carbon crediting at these prices, just to understand it. It's a relatively simple calculation. And the issue I also doubt is, like, you can intervene later. I mean, my understanding is once you have a 10-year crediting period, you are in that, right? And the car cannot say, well, now we stop you, or we ask you to use whatever different value. At least that's my understanding. And I mean, that's exactly the same situation we faced in the CDM. And maybe the last point, because probably I'll keep a different view here, or it's not even that I have a view, I have the view that we should analyze it, and I haven't seen the analysis, but I don't have a view on the conclusion yet. Maybe one last point on the prices. I mean, car is also applying for CORSIA, for example. And so we are not necessarily talking about the voluntary market only, and we don't know what the prices for CORSIA units will be in 5 years. I think it's very speculative. It's very well possible that they will be very low, but we don't know. So I think there are lots of developments. And last point, so how have we addressed that under the CDM? In 2 different ways. One is using, and depending on the industry, in different ways. One is using conservative baseline emission factors that are far more conservative than business as usual. And the other way that we used is, and that's specific for the adipic acid methodology, that caps the production in a much more conservative way. So it basically says you can only gain credits up to the lowest historical production you had over a certain period. I don't know whether that's 3 or 5 years before the project started. It doesn't mean it's just for the baseline emission calculation, so that you can't gain any increases beyond that cap, but it's not that you can't produce more, right? I mean, I explained that before. So just this cap which you have here, and which you propose to set at a level of the permit, the CDM methodology has a similar cap, but it sets its way much lower. Yeah, but as I said, I mean, I'm myself uncertain how big the risk is. It's just hard to say, because what I also learned from industry experts is that it's a competitive market. So I don't know what differences in margin make production shifts realize or not realize. I don't know, and I have a very good contact person who knows really globally the industry. Maybe I can even try to contact that person and get an opinion.
That'd be great, yeah, if you want.
Yeah. Okay. So I've talked a lot. I'll stop here.
No, I all greatly appreciate it, of course. Yeah, we can look back into the get the the numbers for you on the adipic acid. Yeah, the value of adipic acid compared to the value of the carbon credits, and share our results. So you have a sense of the risk there. And I do believe we are setting, establishing a pretty conservative baseline scenario with the abatement efficiency layout addressed previously. So hopefully all the combination of approaches here, yeah, we can hope hopefully be a sufficient way to mitigate the risk of leakage in our protocol. And you are right in this when it comes to reserve. I guess stepping in, when needed. It's going to be a flip of a switch, boom, but and Heather, perhaps you can chime in share some anecdotal things that you've experienced your time with the reserve. But I would imagine that and possibly we could look to add, possibly it even could be simply adding in language here in the mitigating leakage section of section 5.1, akin to what's in the legal requirement test or crediting period language, that just to make it all clear that CRTs would only be issued up until the date that, like, I don't know, but it's hard to even, yeah. You could definitely look into that, though, adding language in there so it's clear that the reserve would, because that's obviously something we don't want to have happen either, is any gaming or anything like that.
I think this is Heather. I was going to say, oh, sorry.
Well, just go ahead, Trevor. Go ahead, Heather.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just going to say that I think what we built into other protocols around like voluntary implementation would probably address a situation like this, where would we consider a project voluntary at that point? And it goes along with financial additionality as well. So I think there are different ways that we could build it into the protocol, and I think we could also do something unique for this protocol, whatever works best to be able to address this.
Great, thanks, Heather.
And just, this is John. Just to be clear, I mean the current conservative or mitigation factor here for this leakage risk is the production of adipic acid, right? Capping it at the baseline scenario, and anything that exceeds that would not be counted. Is that currently I just want to make sure I understand to the full extent that's currently as written the risk mitigation here is that max production.
The max production allowed in the facility's operating permit.
Okay. All right.
The abatement, the seemingly then, getting at the, our discussion of the abatement efficiencies, and assuming for the time being there is that, perfect correlation. And so if the seemingly then the abatement efficiency associated with the historical maximum baseline production would be the lowest abatement efficiency you could have, and which, lowest abatement efficiency then results in the greatest baseline emissions. So any production, so even if, so any adipic acid production above the maximum baseline adipic acid production is still just using that baseline abatement emission, baseline abatement efficiency rate. So, hypothetically, if that is 70% abatement efficiency at the maximum level of adipic acid production, the baseline, no matter what adipic acid production is in, if adipic acid production in the project is higher, it's greater than the maximum of the baseline, they're not going to get a lower abatement efficiency than that 70%. So that also helps rein things in.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
It is 11:50. Yep. Okay. Cool. I just want to. Yeah, we can. Let me just see. Well, yeah, perfect. Okay. So, I think we've already familiar with this with that intro slide, but I just had a quick summary on when we sum it all up together, what the baseline emissions formula looks like. It's there, equation 5.12 in the protocol. I'll note too that the reserve will be looking to consolidate and reformat equations or to simplify them as necessary. So the equation numbers are subject to change, but the concepts, anyway, are intact. But I guess just looking at that linear trend approach, that's equations. I think it took 3 separate sets of equations, really could have packed it all into one. Just rambling on that, heads up. But so lastly, in the next 10 minutes or so, we can take as much time as we need, but just want to go over project emissions quantification. And I think we've already kind of been touching on this with the assessment boundary, and as Lambert and Bill have discussed about the project emissions calculations. But project emissions, we're lucky that going forward, able to measure the N2O emissions that are, sent to the control units. And so, any N2O emissions that are not destroyed or not abated, would be measured and included directly in as the first variable there in this equation. That will always be in every project, and the case in every project. And the big main source to tackle for project emissions. We'll reevaluate equation 5.14 on, see if we need to bring in abatement tech utilization or even adipic acid plant operation time. So noted to revisit that equation. And then the other 2 areas, and there's a series of equations respectively, for hydrocarbon use and for off-gas reheating. Hydrocarbon use, as we said, this could lead to carbon dioxide and methane emissions. We'll look back and reevaluate, the necessity for including, especially the methane emissions, and and especially in comparison to those upstream emission sources that was just touched on earlier. The one thing I do want to hone in on is that as opposed to potentially getting emission reductions associated with a decrease in emissions from hydrocarbon use compared to the baseline, you would just get a 0. This is very similar to what we do with our livestock protocol, as an example, where if the reduction in fossil fuel ramble on for a long time today. If the emissions from fossil fuel and electricity use decrease in the project compared to the baseline, we don't give you credits for that because it's an indirect, it's not the direct project activity. You just get a net 0. You don't actually have to have baseline emissions. So something similar here. The off-gas reheating we touched on earlier about broadening the definition here, that this wouldn't just be, to adjust off-gas temperatures, we need to look into the bigger picture of really any external energy needed for the plant operation and operation of the abatement technology, and especially as that might be the case with increased utilization and any because there are a series of equations respectively for the latter two components here. I did not copy and paste them into the PowerPoint slides. They are there in the protocol. If it's helpful, if folks have comments and things they want to raise now, I'm more than happy to go to the protocol itself and review them and go over them. I will also note they are very similar, if not in some cases verbatim, are equations from tertiary abatement projects under the nitric acid protocol. But if folks are okay, I think we should take a break before wrapping up I know I could use a quick break. And we'll wrap up.
Hey, Trevor, it's Seth. So I know we're running behind and we need to finish up the monitoring. I feel a little bit like maybe this whole benchmark conversation really hasn't been final yet, or it's a topic I'd like to talk a little bit more about, get Lambert's view and sort of dig a little more into the data that is or isn't available around the world for doing a benchmark. Again, maybe that's a totally separate discussion on a different day. I know we've got the agenda here, but I feel like maybe that because that's such a departure from the original draft that you had, excluding that I think it's worth a conversation. Again, not proposing we have it now, but I just want to put it out there.
Yeah, no, that's fair and very reasonable. All right, then if everyone else is okay, we could power through this. I really don't think there's anything too alarming in the monitoring, reporting, and verification sections. These are great examples of just wanting to, introduce you to some of this stuff briefly as you commence your review of the protocol draft. And then, Seth, I'll definitely return to that topic because, of course, wanted time for open discussion, anything not discussed in enough detail. So, yes, we have a little over 30 minutes left in the originally allocated time, so I'm fine diving through MRV quickly with everybody, and then we can get back to Seth's comment if that's okay with everybody else moving forward.
And I certainly don't deprive you of a break, Trevor.
No, I'm okay. I'll be fine. And I think, because again, I think this is monitoring, all of this, actually, the MRV stuff. We're really lucky with twofold. That one, that we're data rich, and two, actually threefold off would be so bold to say. We're data rich. There's these plants, thanks to the EPA and Clean Air Act, there's already so much monitoring and requirements in place that we're able to leverage. And then also thanks to all the hard work with the reserve staff and the work group members of the nitric acid protocol, where we're able to leverage so much of the MRV requirements there that are directly applicable here. So this slide really just provides a brief overview. Of course, just like all other protocols, we require a monitoring plan that the project developer must implement, and it will serve as the basis for verification. All the QA/QC requirements, this is where we're lucky. We are just able to adhere to and follow 40 the Code of Federal CFR Code of Federal Regulations, Part 75, for frequency of testing and data management requirements. Similarly, follow the requirements in there for missing data substitution, and then all our monitoring parameters are nicely from throughout the the protocol equations and whatnot are nice and neatly organized in the table 6.1 for your review. The other aspect on monitoring, to just seal the deal here, of course, is that CEMs are in place at these plants, and so we are Lambert and Bill, to, kind of discussion earlier, if we need more data or, data at greater intervals, for establishing a correlation, we don't just have to look at 5 annual plot points, go back and look at daily plot points over or hourly or what have you. I mean, Bill, you're the expert in there, so that you, weigh in on what, what interval we're able to go into. But, I mean, these things have been in place thanks to the Clean Air Act, and the requirements of the NOx emissions. So we're able just to leverage the fact that the continued emissions monitoring systems are already in place, and we'll be able to get real-time destruction efficiency data upstream and downstream of the abatement units.
I think I mean, what we've done too, Trevor, under the nitric protocol is, the analyzers have already been subject to Part 60, but under the nitric, we've actually tightened up the QA/QC probably well beyond the European standards. Actually, we went to a much tighter relative accuracy under Part 75 of the EPA Clean Air Act. So we did that under the so essentially the relative accuracy under Part 60 says 20%, which we thought was too loose. So we went with the most stringent, which was 10% or less under the Part 75. And we did that under nitric, and I think we would propose to do that under this standard as well, because we like that tightness of the data. Yeah,
that's great to know. And, I can give kudos to Heather as well, because I wasn't here when the nitric acid protocol was, I was here, but not with the reserve, when the nitric acid protocol was developed. And I know Heather was, so I know Bill, you're on that work group, and I know Heather, you were part of the reserve team that worked so hard on getting that protocol developed. So yeah, it's just great that we were able to, leverage this stringency that was all set forth there, and that works out very well for that protocol. And maybe Phil can attest to this too, that I think it helps with the verification process as well. I would imagine.
Yeah. Trevor, I got one comment on this. In terms of, I don't have a problem with this. I mean, I think, though, it would be helpful if you, I guess one of the issues I've had with the nitric acid protocol is just, when you state it's got to meet Part 75, it's just pretty broad. And I don't know if, I don't have the protocol in front of me, but, I mean, you might want to think about specifically stating what parts apply. I mean, just be as specific as possible as what you want us to check on that, because, I think the first version of nitric acid protocol just said refer to Part 75. Well, it's kind of a lot of stuff. A lot of it applies. So I think it'd be helpful if you were very, you simply laid out exactly what QA/QC you want checked on the equipment, and it might be helpful to have Bill just state, it's exactly these parts that we're looking at, because just putting it broad as refer to Part 75, we really kind of, we like specific, not broad terminology. So that's my comment on that.
That's a great point. I think I'll let Jim. We'll let Jim work with Trevor on that. Jim on our team, but really, you will be very specific. Under Part 75, we point towards the relative accuracy of, if you're less than 7.5% during the relative accuracy test audit, then you can do annual ratas. If you're greater than 7.5% and less than 10%, you can do semi-annual. Whereas Part 60 allows you to be up to 20% relative accuracy. So we want that tighter relative accuracy scorecard. But essentially, when we reference Part 75, that's what we're referencing, is that tighter requirement, not all the other components of Part 75. So we'll make sure that we're really clear, Phil.
Yeah, and I think that is great to know too.
Also, Trevor, like some of these things, like the installation and the 7-day calibration test. I mean, and Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, but if they already have something in place, I mean, I don't know if us going back and looking at a 7-day calibration test from like a decade ago really is helping anything. I'm not sure if the N2O SIMS is already in place at these facilities. But if they are, I mean, I don't know what the point of us looking at installation is for them. Again, just simply stating glass rata, and that's how we know it's measuring accurately. Because it's, it's kind of, I mean, I know it's not that big of a deal, but, sitting down with somebody at plant going, can you show me this from 20 years ago? They just kind of look at you like, well,
Right.
what is it? I mean, so that would also be helpful. Sorry, Trevor, because my reception is not great. One more thing, and I know we haven't got here yet, is also going back to specific. I don't know if this is within the realm of the protocol, but specifically for regulatory compliance, anything regulatory compliance, if CAR can specifically state what they want to see, what part of the plant is in regulatory compliance or whatever, if we could also get that more narrow so that if there's some, violation that has nothing to do with whatever we're looking at here, we can just simply say, okay, that's not part of the project. We feel like we waste a lot of time when CAR says just look at regulatory compliance, and then there's things pop up that are either administrative errors or have nothing to do with the actual project itself. So, and I'll stop. Sorry.
No, great feedback on both aspects, because then, as you know, as somebody who then reviews verification reports, and especially when I first was learning about the nitric acid protocol and seeing just references to, like part 60, part 75, I'm just like, where do I look at that myself to make sure that, everything comply. And so I remember, earlier, looking back at the past few months now with, doing an overview of the nitric acid protocol, the most recent version, and then, what we have in this protocol, feeling pretty good about our references, and that I was able to directly retrieve them in the appropriate, I guess CFR docs. But I mean, that point is, I'm glad you brought that up, because I agree. It's also, when it's narrowing the focus would be helpful for all involved. And so we'll go back to look where we can do that, both here in section 6, as well as section 3.5 on regulatory compliance. That's also a great point, because and honing in on, really project related issues, and getting a sense of what those might be, for sure. I can't imagine we would have an exhaustive list, because things could pop up that who were unforeseen or unimaginable, and they are project related, but could definitely provide more specificity there as well in the reg compliance section. So thank you for bringing that up as well. I think that's good. Great feedback. If moving to reporting, section 7.1 is standard program requirements on the listing forms, verification reports, and whatnot. So I jumped to 7.2. We have a list of system information that the project developer should retain. In the interest of time, because I want to get back to Seth's question, I will just ask.
I think we lost you.
Lost me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Did we lose Bill?
We lost Bill. Or Bill can... we can hear him, but he can't hear us.
Yeah, that happened to me earlier.
Huh.
Bill, are you there?
Or if Bill, try, or maybe Heather, if you can work with Bill, if something's up with his audio all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can
I'm
right now
back.
and check his audio. Oh, okay.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
So yep, I was going to ask, in the interest of time, we think we have a pretty comprehensive list of record keeping info there laid out in the protocol in this section. But so just in your review, if you could do an overview of and see if there's anything missing that should be required there or added there, and I'll of course be doing the same in light of all the feedback received today. But again, in the interest of time, this was truly just running through the list of bullet points in the reg section the protocol section 7.2. I don't know if anything jumps out to anyone right off the bat, and anyone who maybe has looked at that section yet, but that's just what wanted to bring up there. Whoops, so now bear with me. Also, just reiterating this stuff in case it wasn't mentioned earlier in the protocol, and that's kind of a note to self. Might need to introduce this stuff earlier than section 7.3. That emission reductions will be. It's expected they'll be reported on an annual basis. They cannot exceed 12 months, but they do have the flexibility to report more frequently than that if project developers so choose. So it must be verified on an annual basis as well, with the exception of the I believe the initial reporting period we allow for. Heather, correct me if I'm wrong. That's programmatic, right? That the initial verification period we would allow to cover 2 or 24 months?
I believe it's in the verification program manual, but also the program manual and protocols as well. Okay. So, so we actually do allow a longer verification period for the first reporting period. Okay. But I don't think we're going to have deferred verification built into this protocol, but that's an option that's in some other protocols that other project developers and verifiers might be familiar with.
Okay. But all that's to say is I don't think there's anything abnormal, or because this project type that's is new and unusual for this protocol. It's pretty standard. Similarly with then I just pulled out a couple highlights for the core verification activities, just to, obviously make it clear that a site visit would be required during the verification period, and, get at what the verifier does, or verification body does, and it would be very similar to completing verification for the nitric acid project types. Again, I wanted to introduce. I don't really have much more to add on reporting and verification. Admittedly, I would love to go back to what Seth brought up, but if we could, if everyone else is okay, if we just take a 5-minute break and then we'll just end with that with any other remaining discussions. I just could use a quick break personally, and so I have 12:12, so 12:17 my time, 3:17 East Coast, and Lambert, is it that late in your time zone right now? So we're in the home stretch. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see. That's Trevor with the reserve. These people that know. Give everybody a couple. Let's see.
Trevor, you there?
Yep, we're back. Yeah, we're back.
Okay. And you got see Seth. Cool. And do we have Lambert, John, and Philip? Give folks a couple, or no, another minute or so. And what time is it? Yep. Okay.
Hey, Trevor, if we have like 1 minute, I had a question for you.
Sure.
I've never written a car protocol. I've written VCS and CDM protocols mostly in some ACR, and I kind of got the feeling that the information in Table 6.1 was a little sparse in terms of the guidance and information, the guidance it gives to project developers and the information that you're looking for. And I was just wondering if that, it just seems different to me, and I'm just curious to know if that's more sort of typical for you guys. I feel like the nitrogen one, which is the one I know the best, has, you will get operating records, and if the farmer doesn't do this, then it can do that. And it just seems like there's a little more detail in terms of the monitoring asks and guidance. So I was just curious to know if that's sort of still under development here, or if that was sort of a conscious kind of decision because it's covered elsewhere in the protocol.
Thank you for bringing that up. It's that table, and Heather, please feel free to chime in on that aspect. Table 6.1. It's pretty standard across our protocols. That being said, there's always room for improvement, and happy to improve things as needed. I can admit too that's usually something we save to for the end of the protocol. Like once we like you'll see, for example, I didn't bother putting in references to the respective sections or equations in that table yet, because it's the parameters of everything that needs to be monitored and reported on. And since everything else is subject to change, we save that table for the very end. So it admittedly is in pretty rough form right now, because I didn't want to have to keep going back admittedly and making revisions to it. So yeah, any suggestions for improvement are more than welcome and would be greatly appreciated. I think in the example of the nitrogen management protocol, we might have added acceptable records or something like that. And I know we also received some funding to do a separate handbook or guidebook for that protocol, which helped out with reevaluating that similar table in the protocol. Doesn't mean we can't do that here as well. One key difference between the two is this protocol is so data rich, and the nitrogen management historical records are or lack thereof, is a constant roadblock. And so we took extra time and care to come up with what would be deemed acceptable records for that protocol. Whereas here, I think it should be more straightforward and clear. But yeah, I mean that table especially could be a long kind of a tedious read to go through.
Yeah, so, this is Heather. I just want to quickly say that once Trevor's done updating the equations in section 5, we will build out that parameters table to only include those relevant parameters, and then we can provide more comments, more details about each one.
Sure, especially there is the column on the far right is where that would be too. So
right.
So it will look very different for the public comment version.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a great point to mention, and I can speak, personally too. It's just when you think you're done with the draft, it's like that's sort of like a reminder of that table. It's like, oh yeah, I gotta update this. So that is the reason for the sparseness of that table, admittedly. But so we do have 8 minutes left of everyone's scheduled time. I do want to bring back your point about a benchmark. So yes, especially in from the earlier research the reserve had done, we presented our findings in that scoping meeting. We obviously then had a first work group meeting, and I really was thrilled with everybody, all the feedback received, everybody, and similarly here, all the everyone's engagement. And I received a lot of great comments, and was trying to identify, or in this meeting, to come up with, discuss approaches for that we could include that again might be more widely applicable and be accurate and conservative and representative of the situations facing adipic acid plants since that time. And part of the reason for the rescheduling here was again this renowned focus on the U.S. specifically, and the U.S. facing such different scenarios than the international other similar countries. So when it comes to coming up with a benchmark to truly benchmark your performance to others and your peer group, admittedly we were struggling. That's not to say I'm not open to including a benchmark, whether it's for additionality or some kind of benchmark abatement efficiency. I think we were kind of getting at that with the one to use for minimum level of production. But I don't know if it's justifiable to compare a U.S. plant to a plant in Germany or a plant in France or what have you. It faced such. It's a shame that there's such a small sample size, but that is also just the reality of this industry. And so it's. I would agree, having a performance threshold in there, some kind of benchmark comparison that's a fair representation, that gets at here's a good level of performance, or like at least a minimally acceptable level of performance that we want these plants to be, performing at when it comes to N2O abatement. And I'll leave it open for discussion.
Yeah.
I don't know what a good one is for representative comparison for the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, this is tricky because this is sort of like a two-project protocol, pretty much. I mean, it seems like there are two projects.
We're facing too.
And so I understand that. I also sort of, I may not have this entirely correct, but I sort of have the impression that one of the facilities is, and I don't want to, I don't mean to say this negatively, but a little bit of a laggard in terms of the level of abatement one might expect compared to plants in modern developing countries. And so when I saw it removed, I was surprised by it. It was a little jarring in the sense that because I had sort of feel like, and the nitrogen protocol has this concept embedded in it as well, albeit it's a very different type of project, where the entities that are not as performing as well as their peers have to sort of get up to a standard above which they could then be rewarded with carbon credits. And I understand that with the plants in Europe, you've got JI projects and maybe they have abatement levels that would be higher otherwise. But I would be interested, and again, I know we have so little time here, so maybe it's just a separate discussion, maybe it's even offline, as to kind of really what is the situation in Europe, and is it really impractical to sort of come up with, albeit with a very small sample size, sort of a reasonably, what a reasonable level of baseline efficiency or abatement level should be for a facility in a modern, a first world country, developed country. And so I throw that out there because, again, I've had so many experiences where, perhaps setting the baseline might be considered arbitrary just there isn't enough data to support a particular level, setting the baseline at a particular level, but there's also sort of an understanding that, like the farmers who's just dumping fertilizer all over the place, well, they shouldn't be rewarded with using their fertilizer until they get up to in that analogy, the county average or whatever that baseline level of nitrogen efficiency should be. So that's sort of the perspective I was coming at from it. And I don't know nearly as much as Bill, and I certainly don't know as much as Lambert, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out there again, since it was in the first version and then gone, to at least have a discussion. I understand your viewpoint, but to sort of maybe dig into a little bit deeper in terms of what really is happening in Europe and what could be reasonably assumed to have happened even with, in the absence of JI. So I don't know. I just throw that out for the group, and I know it's 12:27 now. So,
great point. And I guess I just want to make it more clear too. For the original inclusion was because to hope to look beyond 2 U.S. plants and capture, a benchmark rate, that more than 2 plants would have to adhere to. But it's kind of yeah. I mean that it's point well taken, and I know don't want to necessarily unjustly, if that's the right word, reward bad actors or laggards, but also want to come up with a baseline scenario that is captures the likely scenario of continued practice in the absence of the project. And so it is a bit unusual for the reserve that, at the end of the day, this currently ends up being, a protocol that's targeting only two possible project sites, but there still remains a huge mitigation potential. There's an enormous mitigation potential. So that's, and carbon offset credits, provide that incentive to make sure we are abating, that remaining amount left to be abated that just is not being abated. And so I would leave it at maybe, again, because we're on the top of the hour and top of the time, I would definitely welcome more feedback on that, written comments, and maybe if that is an area where we can improve in the performance standard test, perhaps, or if it is something that needs more attention in the abatement efficiency metrics, perhaps it is something, just like how we want to put I was suggested to put a floor for that, the abatement efficiency system for the minimum production, of, the examples of at least 90%. Maybe then it's something on the opposite side too of wanting to put, all right, yeah, you might have your lowest abatement efficiency based on maximum production. Maybe it's 70%, but the benchmark's 75%. I don't know. Maybe that's the idea there though. I'm just thinking on top of my head here on that note. But yeah, I know.
Can I make a suggestion or just a thought? I don't know whether we have 3 more minutes, but
I can hang around.
So maybe to explain. So I think all the plants which are abate now are exposed to a carbon market price, either CDM or the EU ETS now outside the US. And so they really abate very high levels, above 99% sometimes, because they have the incentive through the carbon market. So it's indeed difficult to compare their situation with the situation of the US plants. But what we know is how these plants performed when they had control technology before they were exposed to the carbon market. So kind of a similar situation to the US. And so there's data on the plants in Germany, a previous plant in Italy, a previous plant in Romania, a plant in France. So there are a number of peers where we have some data how they performed, and most of them performed more or less 90%. Some better, some but more or less 90%. So one could argue that the plant which has 87% abatement is kind of a laggard even within the group of plants which had abatement technology installed. So maybe that could be a point. The other single issue, which is more really broadly, which I wanted to make, is I think it's important to distinguish between accuracy and conservativeness, right? So
Right.
My general impression is the current baseline, it's a nice idea, the regression analysis, if there's such a relationship. And it may, if the correlation works, results in an accurate result in terms that it tries to estimate what is the likely best estimate of what would happen. But that doesn't mean it's conservative. I mean, the other tendency which we observe under the Paris Agreement, under the CDM, everywhere, is to tend to establish baselines more ambitious than accurate. So conservatively, taken into account uncertainty. And that's more a broad policy where I don't know where the car stands, but at least under the CDM and under the discussions under the Paris Agreement, the tendency is to say, okay, we want to establish baselines more ambitious than what business as usual is. But that's a policy decision. It's not a technical issue. Like if you can establish the correlation technically and you address some other issues, technically what you do, in my view, is accurate, not necessarily conservative. But I don't know where CAR stands on this matter and what your policy is in terms of conservativeness. I mean, I made this point already earlier, but it's really a broader policy issue. It's not so much a technical issue, I would say.
Yeah, really.
And if I could just put icing on that cake, I would actually say that there are no laggards in the U.S. That I think what we'll find is that based on depending on where the production is, that we have two facilities in the U.S. that have probably achieved 90%. But in order to maintain that level at higher production rates based on the NOx requirements in the Clean Air Act, there's no way they can do that without significant investments. And I think, so I wouldn't describe anybody as a laggard, because at the end of the day, they're voluntarily abating something that could be emitted without any control. And they're at levels very similar to what we've seen in Europe. However, we have constraints that we've clearly identified that, to maintain that level of destruction efficiency at production levels that are allowed in their Title V operating permit, massive investments are going to have to be made. And 10 years ago, we didn't address adipic acid specifically when we wrote the nitric acid protocol. And it's almost remiss about that, because we knew what was happening in Europe and with the CDM that we didn't want to touch it. And since then, I think both facilities, if we add up their emissions, they've probably emitted 75 million tons of CO2 to the atmosphere in the last decade. So now we have the opportunity to address it, and I'm glad that we are, but I would say that there are no laggards in the U.S.
And this is John. There's a reminder from our first discussion. What's the difference again between the destruction efficiency of the two plants? What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Bill can answer that, but I pulled the data from the EPA's flight tool, which then I was informed that that's not even necessarily accurate because it's not verifiable. So most from the I could that's a very reasonable question. I could go back and look, but one I believe was in the 80s and the other was in the 90s for the most recent individual year. And it's self-reported, unverified data is what I had referenced.
Bill, just there's a question to you. I mean, it's in absolute volume, and that seems to me that's pretty significant disparity between the two plants. What's the reason for one being higher and the other one being lower? Any idea?
Well, I think, yeah, I do have an idea. So I think another reason why there's not apples to apples is that you can, through Freedom of Information Act, all of you can always grab a Title V operating permit, as you know, John, off of any facility. I would say one facility actually had non-compliances and entered a consent agreement into the past because they were a laggard in other areas, not N2O, but they decided to take an enforceable cap of N2O. So that would cover under this protocol the regulatory threshold that they'd have to abate higher than the regulatory threshold. So if one facility actually went ahead and during a consent agreement with the EPA voluntarily agreed to take an N2O abatement threshold and defined it as backed, they did that because they were a bad actor and that was a consent agreement. So they may have a different reason to be at a different level than a facility that was a great actor and didn't have a consent agreement. So I think I think that although there are some differences, I would say that they're pretty close. But if one is achieving a greater amount than another, I think there's a little due diligence that we could all make, in doing some Freedom of Information Acts, and you can see why is that they're not abating at a higher level voluntarily. So I think it's really important to look at, what we've achieved in the U.S. and there are no laggards here. In fact, I think if both facilities, what we'll find is that they've achieved both around 90% at times. But now we have an opportunity to create an incentive so they can achieve 90% or greater all the time. And that's really where massive investments have to occur. So I don't want to penalize the company for wanting to do the right thing.
I guess if they're close to 90% and that's the benchmark, then they wouldn't be penalized. I mean, you said maybe there's some more data or due diligence we can gather on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we said, and the reason why it's correlated to production is that they're close to 90% at perhaps their lowest production in the last 5 years, and they're quite a bit less than that during higher production that is still below their Clean Air Act Title V operating level. So I think that's why I think Trevor and Carr reflected on all of our comments and kind of try to more accurately reflect a baseline. One question for you, Trevor: when have we created? Has Carr set baselines based on international performances and other U.S.-based protocols?
It might even be a better question for Heather, and yeah, very reasonable question. I don't believe so, and it gets at the unusual circumstances faced here, and that again, it's such a small sample size, and I guess I know it's been said, but just the other big thing too that the U.S. plants face compared to international ones is obviously those Clean Air Act regulations, and so even looking back to. If you look, if you're going to compare to the projects in Germany or France prior to the joint implementation, it's like, well, they didn't have the NOx requirements that the U.S. plants face. So I don't, it's a tough, I mean, this is why we're here and discussing this and why this is such a good open, debate right now. There isn't an easy answer, and there's a lot to juggle. And I do appreciate, Bill, I think it was just you who referenced, I mean, you all submitted such great comments after the first worker meeting, and I'm trying to be a good facilitator here, taking all feedback, and that's why with this most recent draft, the reserve kind of just felt it was best to hone in on U.S. specific situations, and in an ideal world, I was going to say, but I don't think this would be ideal to have 1 million adipic acid plants across the country. But let's just say this was a project type where there were an abundance of adipic acid plants, or across the country that we could make comparisons to. I mean, it would be then we could come up with 75% are at 90% abatement level. So you in the bottom 25%, yeah, you're not going to get credits for below that because you're not, and you are laggards compared to your peers. Like we just aren't in that type of scenario here, and so yeah,
Do European plants not have NOx abatement requirements? Maybe that's a question for Lambert. I mean, that's sort of what seems to be the differentiator, we think, between Europe and the U.S., and I just want to reality check that.
Fair question of if Lambert is there and wants to take the stab first, because it's not that I'm aware of, at least.
Maybe Lambert went to bed. I don't blame him.
Sorry, I was mute. Apologies. I mean, I'm not a detailed expert on NOx requirements, but I know that this was also discussed in the CDM, and that even in some developing country, and there may be NOx requirements. So I haven't checked, but I'm very sure that there are NOx requirements in Europe. I mean, there are NOx requirements on everything. So I would be very surprised if not on adipic acid. But I haven't,
Yeah,
I haven't checked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add. I mean, I think that that it is just it's unfortunate there's a lack of sample size here, but I think at the same time that everyone is queuing into the integrity of the protocol, and for me too as well, and looking at marketability of credits. We have a lot of sophisticated buyers that look really hard at protocols, and so having this and making sure this is conservative also is going to support the success of these credits moving in the market. So my only point is that just because there's a lack of sample size doesn't mean we should just move on or not focus on a solution here. That may be an obvious.
And I agree, John. And I think when I saw that under CDM they were getting credited assuming zero abatement, I mean that was just massive gaming, and that's why they were considered gray CERs at the time, if you remember way back in the day, and rightfully so. And I think what we're trying to do is make sure that nobody gets credited for any of the voluntary abatement that they've done before protocol allowed them to look at ways to invest more money into the projects and actually do it really credible. So I think this exhaustive look back with all the data to make sure that the destruction efficiencies achieved in the past, are the baseline and nothing is credited above those corresponding to production levels is really accurate. And I felt that when I read the protocol that it was that same robustness that the buyers are always looking for, is that nobody's getting credit for what they've done before, and we're actually creating an incentive to do better. Whereas, in the CDM world, they were credited for baseline of zero. I mean, we've learned from that. This is what this protocol does. So,
thank you so much. And just oh God, what's that saying? Don't want to let the perfection be the enemy of the good here, right? Where they're or I probably just butchered that one, but I mean, agreed. It's very important for me individually and for the reserve to get this right. But at the end of the day, there is a huge mitigation potential here, and just looking at those incremental emissions reductions, as what Bill just touched on, getting at the remaining amount to abate that they aren't voluntarily abating. And I think we're doing a careful job of doing that, and we'll continue to take your feedback from today, and anything you submit via email or whatnot to ensure we continue to do so, because at the end of the day, that is the goal, is to create a protocol incentivizing the abatement of that remaining emission potential that isn't being voluntarily abated at U.S. existing plants. For me, what's helped a lot is narrowing the focus, for sure, and trying to incentivize further good action here in the U.S. And I think I can't think of a better type of offset example for where offsets could work so well, and that this is expensive technology, right? To implement. There's clearly a reason why they're not just doing this. If it was easy or affordable to do, they would. And so without regulations or what have you, I think the carbon offset marketplace is a great fit for this activity to incentivize the installation or enhancement of this technology. And looking forward to continue working with you all to come up with what we all think is a good protocol going forward. I want to wrap up. Then thank you all for your time today. And I'll just I want to quickly show you this slide here, asking that by the end of the day next week, so it'll be Wednesday Pacific time, 6 p.m. on the West Coast, 9 p.m. East Coast, to get written comments to me, please. Obviously, I'll have some flexibility there. Just let me know. I do want to give you all the heads up that I am out of the office doing another round of trainings for the California LCFS program in Sacramento next week. So I I'll be busy working in Sacramento Monday through Wednesday, the 18th through the 20th, and might be a bit unresponsive there, so to respond. But please send any emails, comments my way. Flag them with an exclamation point if it's super urgent. I'll try to get to them, but as soon as I can. But I will be up in front of a classroom lecturing again. And then otherwise, once we get your comments and, taking all the feedback received today, great feedback received today, the reserve staff, Heather, Max, myself will be making revisions and coming up with a public comment draft. I'm there, if it's okay with everybody here, and I think I would like to do this, using the enhancement definition as an easy example, just would like to send proposed revisions your way for potential quick, direct feedback. Prior to the release of public comment. It is our hope that we can get public comment kicked off before the Thanksgiving holiday. I realize that might be difficult and is definitely ambitious. We do still have some we could, potentially get it going in December. So not the end of the world if we don't start it before Thanksgiving, but we do hold the 30-day public comment period. We, of course, make revisions based on public comments as well. And when we get our protocol to the board, the meeting is January 22nd. That's our hope. Stick to that deadline, and we will. And then again, as I mentioned earlier in today's meeting, if you do feel that any recommendations, suggestions, otherwise feedback that you've provided are not reflected well in our draft we release for public comment, you are encouraged and welcome to submit comments during the public comment period as well, which again we publicize and will respond to publicly as well for all to see. And we also hold a public comment webinar in the middle of the public comment period, either hour and a half long, to just provide the general public of our stakeholders with an overview of the protocol. We do not do any type of deep dive discussions that we've done in this meeting and the previous worker meeting, but it's just a kind of like the scoping meeting, just a good way to provide an overview introduction of the protocol. So that's it for me. Thank you all for the great contributions today and for sticking around for the extra 20 minutes here, especially Lambert. Was it after midnight your time now? So thank you all so much, and I'm looking forward to continuing keeping up the good work on this protocol with you all. So thank you again.
Thanks, Trevor.
Thanks so much, Trevor. Appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks, Trevor.
Yep. Bye-bye.